only through them. But we've been playing, and now we feel that we can light it up. I can feel it rushing through my feet. Love's the only through them. But we've been playing, and now we feel that we can light it up. Let the silhouette cast upon your heart. Then every little moment in disguise. Baby, it's our chance to make a start, so we can fly. Let the silhouette cast upon your heart. Then every little moment in disguise. Baby, it's our chance to make a start, so we can fly.
I stayed awake last night, 'cause I couldn't close my eyes and see you another night. I drove myself crazy thinking you'd take my wildest dreams and tear them all to the ground. tried to create a decoy world for you to destroy in my mind. You could stay and believe you're tearing me apart while I'm coming to life, while I'm coming to life. I couldn't keep the secret. You found my darkest demons and brought them out in the light. So I ran to all the preachers, despite having every reason to shut down and mobilize. So I prayed to the gods for one last saving grace against all odds. And I built an escape using all my energy just to come back to life, back to life.
Left your party at sundown. You were nowhere to be found. Sip my bottle, heading uptown. Ooh, long way home, the back roads. No hands on the handle. Blew the red light like a candle. The wind undid my hair like it knew you weren't there. Boys like you never play fair. Don't play fair. I'm on a midnight bike ride. Past orders 2 a.m. Left you behind. How could you think we could just be friends again? I'm on a midnight bike ride. Past orders 2 a.m. Left you behind. Now that you know things can never be the same. City has no secrets. I know all the shortcuts. Now I'm lost looking for your touch. Used to be your night shift. Can't work out, I might just fly downhill until the sun lifts. Found an empty street, sing myself a melody about how it used to be. Wind undid my hair like it knew you weren't there. Boys like you never play fair. I'm on a midnight bike ride. Past orders 2 a.m. Left you behind. How could you think we could just be
I got one. Thank you. Thank you.
reminds me to forget. The moon lights up my sundress, shows what lies ahead. I'm on a midnight bike ride, as short as 2 a.m. Left you behind. How could you think we could just be friends again? I'm on a midnight bike ride, as short as 2 a.m. Left you behind. Now that you know things can never I'm bad at pretending, you know I'll be true. Sunday mornings and midnight lights turn into songs that you watched me write. Stole your sweater on that night. You took a picture, keep by my bedside. So you're mine when you're gone, baby, please don't be long. I got my ticket to the west side. You say my name with your accent, makes me remember how much I missed you. Hope you're planning to stay for a million days. You'll be my summer in December. Hey boy, trust my intuitions always. I'm not superstitious, I got lucky. Stole your heart and it was mine for the taking. It was mine for the taking. It was mine for a million days, in a million ways. Stole your heart and I got lucky. Stole your heart and it was mine in a million ways, for a million days.
I think I need therapy or just some more whiskey. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead.
Hello and welcome into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. I was mesmerized there. Big shout out to the production crew for putting together that holiday theme here on this Saturday, because we're going to have a lot of fun in probably the best way possible, which is gaming for a good cause. It's the ICCU Presents Giving Games Call of Duty tournament. We saw some of it on Thursday. We're going to continue it here tonight, and it's going to be a ton of fun. A bunch of different local companies coming together, and we saw what ICCU did to the Boise State team, myself included. I am really hoping some of these places like Go Out Local, Peterson Chevrolet, Java, and more are able to give ICCU a run for their money. I am Michael Fisher, going to be joined by Savannah Esmar Temple to call all of our action. And she was also one of the people competing against ICCU last time, so she will gratefully be up here joining me as opposed to getting her butt kicked by Idaho Central Credit Union. And Savannah, let's talk about that. You were on the Boise State team against ICCU for the BSU versus ICCU. Do you have any advice to these companies taking on ICCU in Call of Duty?
The best I can say is run. Watch out for spades. ICCU is a very strong team, so whatever you can do communication-wise, work the map, it's tough.
The one good thing they have going for them is this will be on the newest Call of Duty. Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War just came out about a month or so ago, so maybe ICCU is not as familiar with this as they were with Modern Warfare, but it is going to still be a ton of fun. I cannot wait to see how all of these companies do, and of course, it's supporting a good cause in Giving Games, so that is just even better, and I cannot wait to hear more about Giving Games. I know we have a little bit of a video coming up before we kick things off. Here is the schedule. Of course, we don't have the time to be here for 12 different games. So we're going to focus on 5 matches. We'll make sure every single company gets on the stream. We might also hop around a little bit here and there, but we want to make sure everyone gets some time on the stream. If you weren't here last time or Thursday, the way it's going to go, it is a best of 5. We'll start on Hardpoint on Crossroads Strikes. We will then go to Search and Destroy, Control, back to Hardpoint, and then back to Search and Destroy for games 4 and 5 if necessary. After Crossroads Strikes, which will always be our map number 1, the losing team will have the ability to pick the next map, as we have seen in a ton of other games like Overwatch or any other game. So going to be a ton of fun. Like I said, we're going to make sure every single team gets a spot on the stream, and we might hop around. It looks like our first match is going to be Go Out Local versus Peterson Chevrolet. So luckily no one has to get absolutely destroyed by ICCU to kick things off. And SMR, I mean, you've been playing a lot of Cold War as well. What are your thoughts on the Black Ops Cold War that's been out for about a month or so?
I'm going to be honest, it's not my favorite. I much prefer Modern Warfare. But I do have to say the Cold War guns are pretty strong. They have a good lineup, as well as some of your tacticals and some of your perks are pretty good this game.
Yeah, I definitely like the perk system. But before we get into that, let's go check out what Giving Games is all about here with this brief little video. As you can see there, helping to support the Idaho Food Bank, which is really awesome. And I will say, I know that the Boise State Esports Arena is unmatched, but no wonder ICCU is so good. They had their own little mini arena. This is totally unfair. I thought those guys, I mean, when we played them, a lot of them were at home. I had no idea that, they probably have like, hey, company break, everyone go get your quick game of Cold War. And no wonder we didn't stand a chance against them.
Yeah, no kidding. They have their own little practice zone. I'm sure they get together. I got some intel on the Discord. They're all company-wide. It's really interesting, actually.
I'm really glad, as someone who's slowly reaching adulthood, that I know that hopefully if I work for a company like any of these that we're going to see today, or especially ICCU, that I can find some gamer friends as an adult. Because everyone always tells me, well, when you're an adult, you don't have time for video games. But you know what? We have time right now. It is Go Out Local. It is Peterson Automotive. It is game number 1 of the night here on Crossroads Strikes in Hardpoint as we kick things off. Looks like Peterson Automotive in the red. And unfortunately, Empirical going to get taken down. That is a very difficult hard point right in between the two buildings there.
Yeah, there's so many angles that you can shoot from. It's really important to have that team communication. There's so many line of sights that you could take, and I mean, it's easy to push up in.
Look, Go Out Local right now, just in control. Empirical pushing forward there with the MP5, probably one of the strongest guns. We do see a couple people using the assault rifles here. No LMGs, no tactical rifles. We are playing on CDL rules, and those are banned. It's nice. Imported goods gets a kill, but you can't just camp the hard point. You actually got to go for it, which is why Go Out Local right now is a pretty sizable lead.
It does look like a lot of the people are using the MP5, which is a very popular weapon here in Cold War. It did have a recent nerf, but it's still one of the strongest SMGs. You might also see the AK-47U. That's another really popular option. I'm not really sure you'll see a lot of assault rifles on this map.
See, St. Nick Man with the AK-47. I'm a big fan, of course, more of a team deathmatch guy, of sniping on that bridge hallway that we just saw Gentleman Eddie run across and get gunned down. So I would not be playing the objective at all, and it looks like Go Out Local is just all on top of this right now. They know the hard point spawns, which is a huge key. ICCU did that to Boise State. It's really imperative that you play these modes and don't play just team deathmatch. St. Nick Man getting a nice little pick there.
Yeah, knowing the hard points is really important for how your team is going to rotate over. It's all about timing, and if you're caught in the enemy team's spawn, it can be really difficult to go back and grab that hard point.
A lot of people using Stim. I think a very, very strong secondary. Blaze him. He's got some backup. Going to try and get the hard point. Takes down, looks like I don't know if he actually took down that tool. No, he did. No field mics, though, so it's just a trophy system. And we see right now, looks like Go Local's going to try and wait for the hard point to swap.
Another interesting strategy for this map is potentially flanking around the opposite team, but it really, like I said, depends on that team communication and having your other teammates know that that's what your plan is, because that left side of the map is incredibly difficult to run up in.
Man, you can't get caught staring down this hallway, this bridge catwalk that I do, because you can just have someone come and flank you from behind. Oh, nice little gunfight win there for Blazem. Empirical's looking around, doesn't see anybody. Hardpoint in the side of Peterson Automotive, and they're giving him run for the money. Oh, worst feeling right there, just running over a grenade when it's too late.
You know, those grenades are hot. They don't take a lot of time to cook, and so honestly, just popping it and throwing it as soon as you can, it's a guaranteed kill almost.
Yeah, I don't know if they're running Flak Jacket or not, but even then, it felt like on these more realism modes where, you know, friendly fire is on, it's very similar to hardcore. You still have your, you know, your HUD up, unlike in hardcore, but it is the CDL realism rules. So those grenades are doing a lot of damage, and the hardpoint does swamp, but Peterson Automotive got a nice little run back. Unfortunately, Go Out Local knew the spawns automatically, so they're going to start holding this one down.
You know, and these hardpoints are really tough. They're out in the open. There's really not one that's enclosed. This map is small, but it's pretty open, so there's really nowhere to hide.
Oh, Summer's True. A man to my heart. Pulls out the Pellington. Oh, nice hit marker. Looks like he's running, it's not overkill in this game, but the perk that allows you to run 2 secondaries unless he picks something up, and then he immediately goes down. So, first sniper of the evening. I know I had a lot of fun with ICCU when they were trying to snipe. Probably didn't go as intended.
No, the Pellington's interesting. It's not, I don't think it's one of the stronger snipers, but I mean, it's pretty quick on the draw, so it's not a bad option.
I remember hearing in beta to the happiness of a lot of YouTubers and montagers that quickscoping would be back in Cold War. I've seen it a couple times as Summer's True gets a nice pick there using the XM4. And I was going to be curious to see if anyone want to pull out the snipers. I know in Modern Warfare it was pretty hit or miss, but I know people love their quickscoping. So I'll be curious if anyone else wants to bring it out. But right now, Itachi holding it down, unfortunately. It is so hard to 2v1 in this game. It just feels like the bullets just don't do enough damage for you to have those clutch 2v1s like we saw in Modern Warfare.
Yeah, I mean, you could run an armor perk here, but I really don't know how much it would help, especially when it's 2v1.
See Peterson Automotive, they've gotten right back in it, the hard point back in its original location. 3 minutes left still. We see right now, scores all pretty even. Everyone on the Go Out Local sitting at about a 1-0 KD. Peterson just a little bit negative, except for Blazem, who's 15 and 10 right now. Unfortunately, you got to get on that objective if you want to be able to help your team back in it. So there he is right there with that AK-47. Got to use that tank for cover.
No, the AK-47 is pretty strong here, and I can't agree with their line of sights. They're all huddled together on that tank. I mean, it's potentially, I think they need to spread out a little more here.
The good news for them is that kill streak's also disabled for CDL rules, so you're not going to see any sort of airstrike come in. Though it does sound like, no, I thought that was a attack helicopter. That was just a bullet fired. Like, did someone just call it an attack helicopter? Someone called it a care package, though. There is a war machine out there. You know what? If you want to grab it, go for it. Hey, you know what? I'm not going to be a rule stickler. That thing is pretty strong, though, so I don't think the opposing team's going to be too happy about it.
I mean, sometimes if you're not used to playing with those CDL rules, it can just be an automatic. You just hit, you know, on controller, hit that left D-pad, and, you know, your call streak comes in, and it can be great, but it's against the rules here, unfortunately.
Yeah, it does look like no one's picking it up. So, but yeah, you're 100% right. I remember when we played against ICCU, when I got called in, I was like, oh, I got a UAV, and I just immediately hit it, and they're like, you can't do that. And I'm like, my bad. I'll just close my eyes for a little bit. So yeah, you're totally right. You're used to playing. You spam that kill streak button, which is something that I know a lot of people were very mixed feelings about, as we see Go Out Local has expanded their lead a little bit, but Peterson Automotive on the hard point is the kill streak feature in Cold War, where it's no longer kill streak based, but it's point based over multiple lives. I know a lot of people were hit or miss on that. Your thoughts on the new kill streaks in Cold War?
Personally, I'm a fan of it. I'd like to, still have my kill streak available if I'm going to die. But, I mean, I earned those points, so I might as well keep them.
That's totally fair. I mean, I'm just a little upset that the gunship costs 10,000 points. Because as a TDM player, it's almost impossible. Blaze him with a nice double kill on a 5 killing spree right now. I think he just accidentally hit that right bumper on that UAV. We won't say anything about it, though. His team could use the help. This one's actually coming down to the wire, because it looks like Peterson Automotive's going to be able to squeak pretty close as the hard point rotates. And right now, Blazem putting in a ton of work for his team. Does finally go down, though. So, unfortunately, he's going to have to try that streak again. But St. Nick, man, holding down the bridge. Hard points over in that camp on the left side spawn. Curious who gets to it first. It's pretty covered. Just Blazem, and he's got a teammate there. Looks like they're going to take it over and go out local, start to blow this lead here in the closing seconds.
They've clearly got that communication going on. You can see them where they're spread out right now. I mean, it's a pretty good attack here on this point.
I will say the one thing that we kind of saw it for Blazem there was pretty quick. If you're an old school COD player, of course, you'll know about drop shotting. And Cold War did do it very interesting. If you try and drop shot just naturally, you will un-ADS on your gun, but there are specific attachments, not sure if they're banned or not for CDL, that allow you to drop shot while ADSing. So I think it is an interesting choice as Blazem right now. My man popping off with the 3 kill streak. I like that they're encouraging drop shotting, but also just making it so it's not a guaranteed like it used to be in other game modes. It's Blazem right now on a huge kill streak.
I don't really mind that drop shot tape. It's pretty strong, especially if that's something that you do a lot of. I know I usually accidentally hit the controller pad, unintentionally drop shotting, but it can make you look really good sometimes.
Hardpoint has moved once again. Summer's True couldn't quite spray him down with the XM4. Curious why he hasn't brought out the Pellington more often. There it is. Oh, no, he just wanted to trick me. He didn't want to get flamed by fish. I know I had a lot of fun. Some of the ICCU guys giving him a hard time for their sniper shots. We'll see if anyone bring it out later on as they are part of this. Oh, Summer's True. He's so close to being able to win this one for his team. Go Out Local, though, still in the lead. So Peterson Automotive got to be ready. You see a couple guys from Go Out Local hiding in that right side building where St. Nick Man number 7 is on your map, knowing where the hard point's going to rotate here in 10 seconds. Very key in game modes like this to give yourself a little bit of extra time. And a couple extra points, it could be the difference.
Looks like he's going to push in there. Oh. They're just spread all over. They have those good line of sights there. I mean, that is a hard point to capture.
Gentleman Eddie got a couple of ticks at the very end with the Milano triple kill. You see he's on his own 5 kill streak. Itachi putting in work. Haven't seen much from him in terms of kill streaks, but he's sitting at 33 and 20 right now. By far the most kills in the game. Blazem's right behind him. There's the drop shot. Nice. Can he get 2? No, he cannot. Stim, nope, a little bit too late. Shot in the back, which is Crossroads Strikes. It's very interesting. It's probably the smallest map besides, of course, Nuketown, which was brought in the first season. It's a very interesting map. I don't know how I feel about it. Sometimes I love it, and sometimes I absolutely hate it.
I mean, you got those 2 wide line of sights on the left and right side, and there's not a lot of places to hide in the middle. So, I mean, it can be a tough map to rotate on, especially, on a game mode like this. But, I mean, it's really not my favorite either. I think it's a little too small for my taste.
Got a 4-man rush in here by Peterson, but a huge flank try there from Summer's True. Blazem's going to be able to flip the point here. Unfortunately, it just swapped over. Another care package called in. We'll see if they respect it. Looks like they're not going to pick up the napalm, which would be incredibly strong in a game mode like this. Blazem going in for the flank, but he can't get there in time. Go Out Local. Going to barely hold on. Them knowing that rotate on that last hardpoint spot was huge, but we'll give play of the game over here to Blazem. Another thing that I'll admit I'm not a fan of. I know Modern Warfare alternated between final kill and best play for some hidden algorithm based on, how many points. I'm not always the biggest fan of the best play in Cold War because it does feel like a lot of times, like we saw there, it's a guy walking around for about 3 seconds, then he pops off, and then he stands there for 3 more seconds. I'm not a big fan. I like final kill cam. I think it's iconic with the Call of Duty franchise.
I think the final kill cam is definitely my favorite as well. You get to kind of see that last-minute pressure, that last person. I mean, it always sucks to be the person in the final kill cam,
true.
but you know, beggars can't be choosers.
There's nothing worse than when it's like in team deathmatch, you're the very last kill and you lost by 1 kill and your whole team's just flaming you. You're like, please, I'm sorry. As we see here, giving games, 6 local Idaho businesses challenging each other in Call of Duty here today. It's a best of 5, as we mentioned. We'll go hardpoint, search, control, back to hardpoint and search if we needed for games 4 and 5. It is a 4v4 subs available, a round-robin tournament, CoD League maps, and if you want to be part of the giving, go check out the idahofoodbank.org/donate and giving games all of the proceeds from this going to the Idaho Food Bank. It's a time of the year where they could use as much as they can get in terms of food. So if you go on there, check them out. Love doing these things. We did some earlier with Nace. It's always great to be able to game, but to be able to game for a really, really good cause here. As it's Fish and Esmar calling all of the action like we said. We'll hop around a little bit. We'll make sure every single local business competing is on the stream at some point. Right now it's Go Out Local and Peterson Chevrolet here. We're going to map number 2. It's Search and Destroy. Any preferences for map picks here from USMAR from the side of Peterson Chevrolet?
I don't know if I have any favorites, but I would hard avoid Miami. I mean, that map is just awful. I'm not sure I would choose the plane map. Is that checkmate? Or
Checkpoint.
Checkpoint. Got it.
Does look like we've gone to... Ooh, I love this map. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely love this map, but the name is evading me right now. I can't remember the name. Hopefully, maybe production can help me out with the name, but I do love this map a lot. It's very interesting in Search and Destroy as we see Peterson all going over to Bomb B. Oh, gentleman, Eddie could have had the 4-man spray for the win. Of course, if you're unfamiliar with Search and Destroy, it is 1 life only. Oh, no, he jumped in the window. Oh, you cannot jump in places like that. Cartel is the name of this map. Cartel. I have remembered it. I love this map.
This map it's big. This is a weird map for Search and Destroy. I'm not sure this would have been one of my picks. I think there's just too many places to hide here.
Well, local gets the first win. I think a map like Miami, which I know has drawn the ire of a ton of people. I actually don't know if I've ever won a game on Miami, as embarrassing as that is to admit. Itachi with a nice double kill there, barely staying alive. But Miami feels like it was designed for a Search and Destroy. I would have loved to have seen Miami and how that played on Search and Destroy, but right now, Go Out Local with the first one. This is the other thing that is interesting to me. Usually in classic Call of Duties, you switch sides after 3 or 4 rounds in Search and Destroy. Now you switch after every single round. That is something I don't like. I like all right, that strategy didn't work, let's change it up. Not, hey, you lost that round, now you're immediately defending. So I don't know if I like this, but we'll see how Go Out Local can handle their first time attacking the bomb site.
It can be a big change of mindset here, switching sides each time. I mean, the strategies for both of them are very different, and you don't want to accidentally think you're attacking when you're actually defending, and it's tough.
Looks like Peterson's all around Bomb B, as you can see on the map there. Unfortunately, I do not know. It was an A-plant from Go Out Local. Going to throw down, looks like a trophy system there. Here comes the rotation over from Imported Goods. First would check it in. Immediately gets lit up. He's going to stem back to full health. Empirical does draw first blood. Grenade comes out from Blazem. Not going to try for the flank. Would have thought he would have wanted to do that. 20 seconds left on the bomb. Don't go for the defuse this early. You don't know anyone's behind you, Blazem. But he gets the drop. Oh my God, what am I looking at? What am I looking at? Oh, it looks okay. That was his teammate. I was so confused. I was like,
they're looking eye to eye.
I was like, what is happening? It looks like the defuse there for Peterson Automotive. The colors threw me up. I was like, they're just staring at each other. Somebody please help.
See, there's so much pressure with that defuse. I feel like it takes so long, and it's time you don't have when you're wide out open in this warehouse here.
Yeah, I didn't see where it went wrong for Go Out Local. I thought they had every single angle held down perfectly. Maybe just someone we didn't see on our cam was doing a nice little flank, because I know there was someone to the left of Blazem, and he barely survived. So I like the A rush. Didn't work out. And I'll be curious how often we see teams plant the bomb, because it looks like for Peterson Automotive, they went with the bomb, but they didn't really plant it. And I've seen a lot of times in these competitive Search and Destroys, it's all about kills, which is way more fun than winning on a bomb plant. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, once you're gone in this game, you're gone. I mean, there's no respawn here. So personally, I would like to go for the kills. It's much easier than planting the bomb. To be honest, I don't really play this game mode that much. It's definitely not my favorite.
A very try-hard game. Looks like it was an A attempt from Peterson Automotive. They get knocked out by the grenade. They'll trade 1 for 1 with the 3v3. Nice jump down by Itachi. Picks up one more. He's got another guy on the other side of the truck. Sprays him down. barely gets him. Imported Goods the last one alive. He takes down Itachi to stop the three-piece, but he's in a 2v1 situation. He's got a guy behind him. Go Out Local is going to pick up the victory for that round.
Now that was a very sneaky pre-fire there. I mean, it worked out. He was an ADS, but you know, sometimes that can work in your favor.
Itachi actually almost had the full ace. Didn't see him pick up this first kill. Really good job by him, grenading out the side of Peterson Chevrolet and then being able to run him down. You always got to have someone watching behind. You flanking and search to destroy is a nightmare, as you said. You don't respawn, so if you miss one corner peek, it's game over for you and your whole team.
And it looks like he's using an AR here, which definitely would be my pick for this map. It's a much bigger map. Those scopes can come in handy on this one.
Haven't seen anyone use the pistols yet. I know some people saying that if you get really good with the pistol, you can outgun any single gun in the game. They just do a ton of damage for a semi-automatic. We see Itachi, though, flanking around AK-47. He's got a guy right up to his right. He walked past him. He walked past Rigabo. Oh, he turns to his right. He gets at least first blood there. And unfortunately for Go Out Local, they're going to lose 2 for 1.
I mean, when you're thirsting for that bomb, it's easy to just run by everybody. You really got to know and be aware of your surroundings here because there's just so many places to hide. There's so much foliage and rocks and, you know, cars just everywhere.
Gentleman Eddie making a mistake I make all the time. You get shot, you go to hide behind a cover, and then you're like, I got him. I don't need to worry about this. And you jump right back out when it probably would have been a little bit better to just heal up a little bit. Let the didn't have stim, so he would have added his weight, but unfortunately it was in a 2v1. Yeah, Rigor Mortis, if he gets seen by Itachi, he doesn't make that play. But as you said, Esmar, when you're thirsting, you see that one guy, you're like, oh, I'm gunning him down. I make that mistake all the time. I'm like, I got him, and then there's a guy behind me, and my whole team's like, are you trolling? What were you doing?
Yeah, and you did mention the pistols earlier. The weird part about the CDL classes is if you don't play on a custom game mode, you won't have those classes preset. So if you're not comfortable with those pistols, then you're really not going to know what attachments would work best. I mean, it might take some pre-game research maybe, but off the top of your hand, you might not know.
Yeah, I was really sad when I was reading through the rules before the cast. The dual wield was banned. That's the other thing with Cold War that is much different than Modern Warfare with the weapon leveling. It takes so much longer to level your weapons up in Cold War for some of those attachments. I know dual wield is like level 50 on the pistols, which is just absolutely unheard of. And I think people are saying it takes like 5 times longer to get to level 50 than it did in Modern Warfare. As we see a full team hit A for Peterson, and unfortunately Summers True hopefully called it out for his team. Itachi sprays down 1. It's a 1-on-2 here for Gentleman Eddie, and he's going to be a long way from the bomb.
You know, Cold War does really make it easy to pick and stick with your favorite weapons. I know I have a really bad habit of maybe just sticking with 1 or 2, just rotating out, you know, SMG, AR. Like I said before, I'm not really comfortable with the pistols, and you know, maybe that's something that I can get better on.
Gets 1 pick. He's got a flank here from Rigor Mortis. Got to turn around, trying to spray through the wall. The pistol whip 360 there. He tried.
Yeah, not sure what happened there.
That's a panic. I mean, everyone's been there. You're going for the clutch. Your team's yelling at you, clutch or kick in chat, and you just absolutely freeze up. Itachi gets that. Nice job by Blazem and Itachi. Definitely the guys to watch out for. No disrespect to the other guys on the team, but those two definitely feel like however they do is how the team's going to do. You see Itachi 6-4. Blazem only at 2-4. I know he had the most kills last time, so it's Rigor Mortis actually popping off 5-2 on a 4-kill streak right now. Pretty impressive for him. That
is pretty good, and you know, Itachi's really popping off with that AR right now, and it's a pretty strong weapon, and looks like he has, I think it's the VLK scope on it, which is a really great option for this map.
Haven't you seen many people use the Krieg 6 like we see here from Imported Goods? I know that the very final AR that you unlock is Itachi and Blazem in a firefight. Blazem puts 1 in the head there. Able to take him down incredibly low. Already used the stim, so he'll be unfortunately taken down there by Gentleman Eddie. As we see there, Empirical gets another one, so it's a 1v3 for Go Out Local. See if they can find their way back. Doesn't look like he has any interest in planting the bomb right now. Maybe gets a pick, he can do it, or he can rotate the B. You can see on the map, everyone's swarming around that A spot. Oh, he's right on the other side of the wall there. There's a lot of pressure on Gentleman Eddie.
You know, if it were allowed, this I feel like would definitely be a game where heartbeat sensor would be really important to use, especially when you have that situation where you can hear someone on the other side of the fence from you, but you're not quite sure where they're at. You don't just want to pop around the other side.
Yeah, heartbeat sensor, field mic, one of the upgrades incredibly strong there. Unfortunately, like we said, not able to be used. It is a trophy system that can be used. Takes out 2 grenades. 2-man rushing in. Oh, gets 1. It's just so hard. We see it all the time in a lot of these shooter games. As long as you just throw 2 people at him and you don't run in the same line, you're not going to 2v1. So it looks like Rigor Mortis gets the defuse. Peterson Automotive right now 2 points away from tying this game up at 1 aside. Plays him with the, no, it was Empirical, excuse me, with the play of the game. Totally caught these 2 members of Go Out Local just absolutely off guard with the SMG. Looks like that's the MP5, of course. Classic MP5.
The MP5 is still very strong despite that nerf, and he's got, it looked like, some attachments on it that increase that rate of fire and the accuracy. So, I mean, it's really not a bad option, especially if you like to play that close combat.
Yeah, the guy Cartel is what I've basically assigned as my MP5 map. This is the map I'll hard sweat on with the MP5. I try and stay off it on every other map. Speaking of that, Itachi's got the Pellington MP5 combo. See if we can see our first sniper kill of the evening. I'm sure somebody will pick one up at some point. As we mentioned, we have plenty of games to go. 4 more series left. St. Nickman on the MP5 gets hit by a grenade. Unfortunately, cannot find Empirical, who's using that MP5, as we mentioned. Rigor Mortis picks up 1 as well. Gentleman Eddie got to go for the flank here. Oh, no, they didn't even see him. Oh, but he got picked off by the last person. I'm sure his eyes were so wide thinking he'd just clutch it with a nice double kill.
I know, that's usually me. I just zone in on those 2 people that I see in front of me, and sometimes I could forget that there's people, you know, they could be flanking.
Match point here for Peterson Automotive. It was a great job. Rigor Mortis with the slide around, gets the spray fire. But yeah, I think if there wasn't a guy behind him, he would have been in the clear. He gets 2 kills there, sets it up for an easy win. So Go Out Local now. A ton of pressure on them. They've got to win 4 straight here to go up 2-0 in the series. Or we're heading to a game 3 with the series tied at 1 aside. Okay, curious what they do here. Itachi back on the AK-47, already given up on the MP5 from the Pellington.
I really don't know how strong the Pellington would be here, honestly. There's just too many places to hide unless you plan on posting up and maybe staring down the line of sight for the bomb. I'm not really sure I would go with the Pellington.
Itachi and Imported Goods run into each other, but it allows Gentleman Eddie to pick up a 2-piece there. So Go Out Local now with a nice 3-2 lead as St. Nickman's been taken out. Grenade out. Doesn't hit anybody. Blazem still on bomb site. Gentleman Eddie flanking around. Wants to find Empirical there as well. Of course, he can't see the red outline like we can. He's right behind him. Oh, he was switching weapons, though, and it's down to a 1v1 on match point.
You know, I'm not sure if there's a sleight of hand perk here, but it's the weapon switch is so slow, and that's something I've noticed here in Cold War. Much slower than in Modern Warfare.
Ooh, Itachi barely gets him. Keeps his team alive. Oh, man, that was so stressful, and this was a great job. Itachi got the distract here. Nobody knew Gentleman Eddie was there. A lot of AR usage. I'm really shocked. I would have thought we would have seen a lot more submachine guns. As we mentioned, tactical rifles and LMGs are banned by CDL rules, so we won't be seeing any of those. But a lot of people running that AK-47, which is definitely an interesting gun, but I know it's been rumored to be very strong. I've seen a lot of people have a lot of work with it, but it's not something you see very often. A lot of people preferring that MP5 like we've talked about.
Honestly, I have to disagree there. I mean, this map is pretty big. I would go with the AR use here instead of the MP5, unless you're planning on running right up to the bomb and trying to defend it. But I am also surprised by the AK usage. I mean, it's a pretty strong weapon, especially with the iron sights. But I've heard there's been kind of a boost on the FFAR. Might be a good option as well.
Yeah, that was the gun that actually I've heard is very sneaky good. It is unlocked at max level, and I have seen a couple guys like Gentleman Eddie not fully ranked. As you see, Imported Goods, the last one alive. Go Out Local's done a great job here. He's trying for the flank onto Itachi. Can't find him. Go Out Local fighting their baby back. But yeah, the FFAR, basically the FAMAS from a lot of the other games, if you're familiar with the Call of Duty franchise, has just got a new name in this one. I've heard a lot of people say it's actually probably the best AR, but people just kind of undervalue it because they run in with the AK or the MP5, and by the time they unlock the FFAR, they're like, I don't really want to, because we talked about this game is very rewarding for just spamming one gun, because when you get a gun at level 1, it does take a while to get those good attachments. Hello. Thank you for showing us you have a variable zoom scope.
You know, it can take a while to update that FFAR, but with the CDL rules, the create a class, everything is unlocked. So there's, you know, sky's the limit here. You could put any attachment on if you have any favorites. You know me, I prefer to, you know, Google what are the strongest attachments for this weapon. But I mean, everything's unlocked, so really, you could do whatever you want here.
That is great advice. I'm not even being sarcastic for anyone who wants to get into any sort of game competitively. Look, you're not going to reinvent the wheel. There's people better than you. I know it's unfortunate to admit. Just Google best Overwatch hero to climb, best Call of Duty class. You will do so much better than if you're like, hey guys, I'm really, really good at this one gun. I'm going to use it even though no one says it's good. Just don't do it. Empirical lasts alive, and Go Out Local's been popping off. As soon as we stop planting bombs and going for kills, they've been absolutely dominating.
Yeah, it does look like they've switched up their strategy a little bit. I think as we mentioned earlier, it's, you know, once you're dead here. So it can be worth it to just go for the kills instead of worrying about the bomb.
Well, we have gone from 5-2 in the favor of Peterson Automotive to 5-5. If we've ever been a part of Search and Destroy where your team is on match point and then absolutely collapses, this is the most pressure-filled round for Peterson Automotive. I would not be shocked if they just get wiped here, because you went from, this is an easy win to, guys, we're about to lose.
You know, and this is a charity event, so there are no brackets, but, I mean, I would still be feeling the pressure here. This is incredible that they just made that comeback.
Bragging rights mean more than any trophy ever will, and of course bragging rights in a charity tournament. You got to be careful, Blazing. There's a guy right to your left. You're about to walk into him. He goes down. Empirical did pick up first blood, though, so it is a 3v2 in favor of Peterson Automotive. Rigor Mortis getting shot from behind. Oh, man, they barely make it out alive. They do lose Empirical, so it's down to a 2v2 here in our final round of Search and Destroy. Bomb going to be planted on B. Oh, nice flank from Itachi. Spray through the window, just aim down sights! No, what are you doing?
That iron sight, I mean, I don't like it. I don't know why he's using it. I mean, maybe he prefers the iron sights. I know some people do. But if you're not going to ADS, I mean, ugh.
Oh, man, they were so close. They'll defuse the bomb. We saw it look like Rigor Mortis there. He switched to the pistol, which is always good. I know for when we played against ICCU for Boise State, we had a couple guys who forgot the golden rule. Switch to your pistol. It's faster than reloading, Ghost. And, he came so close. Empirical gets play of the game. Unfortunately, it's his team that takes the L, and Go Out Local up 2-0 now, heading on to Control. Different than Domination in a little bit of a sense. A very interesting game mode coming in with Cold War. So I'll be curious to see what map they want to pick on, because this is a game mode that I've watched people play it. I still fully do not understand what's happening.
I mean, this isn't really a game mode that I play either. I mean, I really stick to TDM or Warzone, to be honest. And it's interesting, though, rotating these maps in, because it is kind of, you know, mix it up, get a little bit of more objective play. But I think for this game mode, I would definitely go for maybe Moscow. Yeah. Bigger map here, maybe a little bit easier to play.
Yeah, from my understanding for Control, there's 2 points, similar to Domination, but your team has 30 respawns left, and whoever can capture and then defend the point or wipe the opposing team out of respawn so that no one else can come back to life is going to be your victory. Yeah, Moscow Garrison would be a very interesting one. There's definitely some interesting flank lines there if you can go up on the bridge. We're going to be going to checkmate here. I'll be really curious where these points are. This airplane, of course, is just a heyday for snipers in modes like TDM, where you can just, or really any mode. Everyone knows a sniper friend who's like, guys, I'm just going to snipe because I get sick headshots. And like, can you please play the point? And they're like, no, I don't want to do that. So I'll be curious where these control points are and how that's going to determine how the game goes. Looks like we won't see them until we spawn in. One in the plane, one on the far left side of the map. Very interesting. Looks like it's playing wing, actually. So going to be interesting to see how these teams want to attack it. Surprised. Tachi not going in the plane. Everyone's beaten underneath the wing. 1 kill. And it's 1 for 1. Thought he might have 2 there with the AK.
I mean, I think on this game mode, going for the point that's more out in the open, if your team is able to get that point and defend it, I mean, A might be a much easier point to defend.
So you see, respawn's pretty even. 24 left for Peterson Automotive, 24 left for Go Out Local as well. So an alternate win condition. Nice flank. Unfortunately, they'll trade 1 for 1. Trading 1 for 1, not what you want to do in this game mode. If you can rack up 2 or 3 kill streaks, your team will win on respawn advantage. So be very interesting to see as Itachi's trying to hold down B, but underneath that plane wing, he's just going to panic out. Saw a guy, Pellington. Oof, that's a whiff. And then he walks. Oh, he tried. Walked into him.
It can be hard. Maybe he was attempting that slide shot. I know sometimes my controller gets a little sticky and I end up kneeling instead of sliding, which makes for a really awkward situation.
Peterson Automotive. Looks like they are camping both A and B. Once Rigor Mortis finds out, he's got a Tachi there. No grenades. Right next to him, 7 HP. Light breeze will blow him over. Point B has been secured, though, for Peterson Automotive, so they're able to pick up A. They could win the first of this best of 3 of Control. Or first of 3, excuse me, not best of 3. It is the first of 3 wins in Control.
You know, this is another map where rotations are really important. Being able to capture that first point, maybe the harder point to capture, and then rotating over might be the better strategy, which it appears like that's what they did here.
You can see about 2/3 of the way captured for Peterson. Go out local right now. Is losing in respawns as well, 15-13. They've got to be very careful, but right now they're just sitting ducks. Nice flank from Empirical. Finds one. Got to reload the MP5. Oh, can't quite find Summers True, unfortunately. That would have been huge for his team.
You know, this can be tough when you die and respawn farther away. Having only one person defending the point, I mean, I think it's nearly impossible to do it on your own.
Yeah, you can see how close Peterson Automotive is. They're actually about to cap it. No one knows Rigor Mortis is there. Why did he leave his hiding hole? No. Oh, he might get it. It's contested at the last second by Go Out Local. My goodness, they were inches away from disaster. Now it's going to reset down to 2 ticks, just like Overwatch. When you get to a tick, it will not reset. Right now, 7 respawns aside. Blazin picks up one, another one, and it's 5 aside here, but they might get the zone. Gentleman Eddie, can he clutch? No, he cannot, but Itachi can. Oh, he's so close.
Oh,
he did it!
That was close. That last minute peak kind of gives me some stress.
Yeah, definitely almost a respawn game there as well, as I think it was down to like the final 3 or 4 respawns for both teams. Gentleman Eddie picks up our play of the game with that AK-47, and like I said, this is the part I hate. No offense to Gentleman Eddie, but this is a lot of running around for what the game calls the best play. I want to see some snap, boom, that's it. But we'll switch sides. Like we said, it's first to 3 wins in Control. Go Out Local picks it up. They are the winners of our first match. Peterson Automotive does it. They'll be heading to a Game 4 back on Hardpoint.
You see they're kind of running towards the mid. I mean, I think they're definitely going for B. Like I said before, B, capturing B and then maybe going for A is probably the better strategy there.
It looks like Peterson's hopped on to A. They ran into a ton of issues trying to cap it last time. They don't want to deal with any of that. Meanwhile, Go Out Locals capturing B, so neither team really contesting. We do see it looks like a rotation has been made by Peterson Automotive. Tachi's going to gun down one. Can he find a second? They're right on the other side of that wing. He sees him. Can't quite find one. Can't quite find the other one either.
He's just out in the open right there. They're all underneath that plane. I mean, in this case scenario, it might be better to just sit under that plane and you have line of sight on A, you're on B. That's a tough decision.
Yeah, I liked Rigor Mortis had a very nice hiding spot on A, right behind some of those barrels where you couldn't be gunned down from underneath the plane like you were talking about. Not quite where St. Nick Man is, but a little to the right, so you can hide from those guys on the plane. I do like this CODcaster mode we've got going here, showing people are blinded and everything. You see bullets being sprayed past St. Nick Man. He's just content capturing the zone. He's got a flank coming in. It looks like from Blazem. He does get taken out there by Gentleman Eddie, though. And it looks like Go Out Local right now, making a decent bit of progress. 2 ticks on A, almost 1 on B, but Gentleman Eddie goes down trying to reload.
Oh, that slow reload. That's, I mean, I get caught there too, trying to reload that weapon. You're right out in the middle of the field. You can hear the footsteps around you. It's a stress moment.
My man's using a Pellington with the iron sights. That is some supreme confidence. Blazem's going to face check him on the map. Top right side there, 3 versus 8. Doesn't find anything. Contested here. Does look like A has been claimed by Go Out Local. So if they're able to take B, they will win. Respawns right now very, very tight, 11-10. Summers True put down the sniper. He's back over to that XM4. Can he find a peek? No, we cannot. This might go down to a respawn game. These teams incredibly close. I like this game mode. The more, as soon as I've seen it once and I've not considered playing it a little bit more, this is a very, very fast-paced game. I could not imagine if it was bigger teams how crazy this would be.
I mean, it's a good change-up from TDM, and it really forces people to bring out different weapons. I mean, it definitely would be tougher in a regular map. You don't have all the unlocks available, but I mean, if your favorite weapon is the AK or the MP5, this might be a good option.
I would say, as someone who loves the shotguns, unfortunately banned by CDL, I would love a map like this. I mean, this is just shotguns paradise underneath this plane wing in the small zone. Go out local, trying to cap it. They also have respawn advantage, 5-3. So they're sitting pretty here to tie things up at one aside. Summer's True Peaks would love to see a flank around the plane. You'd probably just wipe out the side of Peterson Automotive. Unfortunately, they'll trade 1 for 1. No respawns left for Peterson Automotive. Their final 2 players here, Blazem and Rigor Mortis. They're going to have to try and get some crazy work done here, as it is 2 versus 6 in terms of respawns for Go Out Local.
And it really looks like they have all those line of sights, but I mean, you can see that fire over there on the left side. Oh, unfortunately, they both went on the same side.
Oh, the zone was captured. Peterson Automotive, without the respawns, had to play incredibly passive, so we're tied up at 1 aside. And Blazem getting that nice play of the game. I'm really shocked that no one for Go Out Local tried to run through the plane and flank down from the backside, because I don't know if anyone for Peterson Automotive would have been ready.
You know what? Yeah, it just looks like they went front to front. There was really no flanking. I mean, I'm not sure what the teams are talking about, but I think a flank there would have been a better option than just running towards the middle.
I will say, the only thing that, as I'm seeing this game mode continue, I really wish there were different control points. Having to do this up to 5 times in a row, just capturing the same point, the only thing that changes is where you spawn. Definitely not something I'm a huge fan of, as we see Rigor Mortis can't quite find somebody on the spray. He's got Gentleman Eddie on the side of those boxes, but as soon as he unscopes, as everyone knows, you look away for 2 seconds, and that's exactly where the guy's going to come from.
I mean, he's using a scope, too, that's really more suited for that longer distance. I mean, personally, the red dots here, especially if you're going to be up and fighting in the point, would be maybe preferred rather than that super zoomed in.
A nice job by Empirical, swapping off the MP5, picks up the AK that looked like it had 0 attachments on. Nice spray from Imported Goods with the Creed 6, and looks like both teams have realized probably a little bit harder to capture, a lot of open sight lines, as you were mentioning earlier, Esmar. So both teams want to focus, it looks like, on capturing A, and right now Peterson Automotive 2/3 of the way there, but a great job by Summer's True to pick up a couple before Empirical guns them both down.
Yeah, climbing on top of those boxes there was pretty smart. It's usually not somewhere that people think to look, honestly.
A picked up there pretty quickly by Peterson Automotive. So if they can pick up B, they'll win. Respawns are very, very close as well. Go Out Local picks up B. We'll play the game to respawns. Nice flank by Blazem. Gets 1. Reloads. Nice dual mag reload there. Gets a second one. Can he find 3? Going to wait for Itachi to come around the corner, but a huge stun grenade by Gentleman Eddie's going to take him down.
And I really don't know how I feel about that iron sight still. I definitely prefer a red dot rather than iron sight, especially on that AK.
Yeah, the AK iron sights they have always been to me some of the most brutal iron sights in Call of Duty. But if you can make them work and you can save yourself an attachment slot on the iron sights, because I'm a huge fan of perk greed, by the way. Lets you bring 2 of every single perk. I think it's almost necessary to have, I guess cold-blooded not as necessary in a game mode like this where UAVs are banned, but Ninja's a must-have, and I think having cold-blooded or ghost is absolutely imperative in your standard games. So freeing up an attachment slot for something besides a red dot if you make the iron sights work, no shame, but I'm right there with you. I hate the iron sights. Nice proximity mine attempt, but unfortunately that throwing animation, trying to frisbee it, not going to work.
And I actually think the proximity mines are banned in the CDL rules. I'm not quite sure about that, but I mean that's pretty tricky, throwing it right in the middle of the underside of the plane.
Hey, you know what? It's all for a good cause. We haven't seen it change a game yet, so we won't complain. We do see Peterson Automotive. They're on B. They have to get B. They are down in respawns. 8 left for Go Out Local. Just 1 left for Peterson Automotive. So they are definitely down in body count right now. Blazem does pick up 1. Somebody's going to need a clutch here. This is what I'm talking about. If you're Blazem, you just run through the plane, you get that back flank. Now they're out of respawns. They are down to their 4 last lives here. Blazem gets one with the drop shot. Can he find a second one? He's got a guy behind him, sneaks around. Him and Itachi in a 1v1. Itachi's going to win that. It's now a 2v4 for Peterson Automotive.
The amount of times I've seen the no ADS, I'm wondering if it's maybe a strategy or it's just a react before thinking. I'm not really sure about that.
Looks like Go Out Local wins on the time limit. Our hidden third win condition. They had the respawn, so it was only a matter of time. Itachi, the star player for Go Out Local, going to pick up that play of the game. Nice job dodging that grenade. Picks up one more with that AK and the variable site. We'll switch side once again with Go Out Local on match and game point here. They win this. They win the series 3-0.
And you mentioned their star player, Itachi. I mean, how important? I feel like it's pretty important to have that one guy on the team that you know is reliable. You know he's going to be able to get those kills. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
I think that's absolutely true because he'll open things up for players that might not be as talented to be able to pop off. I know when we played against ICCU, Spades is an incredibly talented player, and he could 1v3, and then it opens up the rest of his map for the rest of his team who complement that very, very nicely. So I think it is imperative to have that one-star player. But, I mean, right now we see Itachi 27-22, Gentleman Eddie 26-18. So sometimes, maybe you just have a bad map, maybe you just didn't like the game mode, but I think it is really imperative to have that one guy who can, is going to pop off. Itachi's bringing out the LMG. Rules have apparently gone out the window with the Stoner 63 out.
You see him just ADS there, down sights, pointed at that line of sight.
Oh.
If I was the other team, I mean, I would be kind of upset about that.
I mean, they're using proximity mines on the side of Peterson Automotive. So, little here, little there. We've seen a couple kill streaks called in. It's all for fun, though. It's all for a good cause. The Idaho Food Bank, of course, being the beneficiary of the Idaho Central Credit Union giving games here. If you want to go donate, I'm sure we'll show the link throughout this stream. Always a great time to donate around that holiday season when there are families in need. And you know what? Who cares? Break the rules for a good cause. All allowed. Itachi right now popping off with that Stoner 63 as he sprays into some concrete for no reason.
Wow.
Before Blazem slides into that one.
I mean, I'm not sure if this is his weapon of choice or if he just knows that it's a powerhouse, but I mean, his swap from the, I believe the AK to the LMG, I mean, it's definitely benefiting him.
I've heard a ton of good things about the Stoner 63. I've used it in Zombies quite a bit, which of course is the draw for a lot of people in the Black Ops series, which I think this Zombies is a ton of fun. Would have loved to have been able to see if we could incorporate some sort of who can survive the longest mode in Zombies between some of these agencies, because I think Zombies it's a huge part of the Call of Duty franchise at this point. I've used the Stoner a ton in Zombies. It does great work in Zombies, but I'm just not a big LMG guy. They're too slow, they're too bulky, and while I'm talking, Go Out Local is going to pick that one up pretty quickly here and wrap things up in our first 3-0 of the evening.
Yeah, unfortunately we didn't see it, but the reload on the LMG is just so slow. I mean, on a closer quarter map like this, I mean...
He's just mowing people down. This might be his weapon of choice. Yeah, of course, big magazine, so they, punishing with the reload, knowing how to reload cancel, the double YY, whatever you swap weapons are. Huge for that, but Go Out Local, our first victor of the evening, or the afternoon, I should say here. So big shout out to them, but like we said, we're going to make sure that all 6 companies are featured on the stream at sub point. Want to make sure everybody gets a chance. Hopefully we see every single team win. Don't know if that'll be the case, because right now, I know we haven't seen ICCU, but those guys are absolutely insane. If there's a team that is going to be able to challenge them, I will be very impressed. Like I mentioned, if you want to help join part of the giving games here, idahofoodbank.org/donate. Always a great time to donate to the Idaho Food Bank, especially around this holiday season, but anytime's a good time. So if you want more information, you want to figure out where to donate, go check them out right there. It is the ICCU Presents Giving Games Call of Duty tournament here today. Round robin between 6 local companies. Make sure they're all playing each other. Like I said, we've got 4 more games, 4 more series for sure. Might pop in for a single game here and there as well. Fish and Esmar calling all of the action. We're going to hop, like I said, we're going to hop right into game number 3. It is Java versus Grove Hotel here. Want to make sure everyone gets part of the stream, so we'll hop right in. Should be on Control, which is probably by far my favorite map of the game mode that we have tonight. What map would you like to see, Asmar, as we hop in?
You know, I stick and pick. I'd rather Moscow or anything but Miami, actually. You know, I'll switch. Anything but Miami.
People do not like Miami at all. Like I said, I have not, I don't think, won a single game on Miami. It feels like a great map if you're an objective player and you play objective games, but as a TDM main, I do not like that map at all. But like I said, we're going to hop right in. It is Java taking on Grove Hotel. We're right in game number 3. We'll see if we can get the scoreboard at some point. I'll be really curious to see how this game goes and what map we're on as we're going to go to Garrison. Definitely one of my favorite maps.
Yeah, this is a pretty good map. I mean, besides that middle wide open area, the 2 left and right sides are pretty closed off. I mean, definitely SMG, AR heavy.
I'll be curious to see. I do like Grove Hotel. All of them, some variation of Grim in their call sign. A couple with an R, a couple with a G. I love this map. This tank area down there, as we saw there, something that I don't make a lot of use of. There's that AK-7 for you were talking about, as the Grove Hotel immediately picks up 3 before Lolly King's able to get 1. Not the greatest start for Java.
Yeah, this is a tough map, and with so many people running around, I mean, I think that point is right there on top of that tank, so it's right in the line of sight of that room as well as the other side. So if the other team were to flank, I mean, there's really nowhere to hide there.
You hold that upper room that we saw Grim Reaper in. You're pretty well in a good position, Grim Reaper, with our first sniper kill of the evening. Looks like he was using the Tundra and the Diameti pistol, the 3-round burst pistol that I've messed around with here or there. Definitely does not feel as strong as some of the other 3-round burst pistols in previous Call of Duties. Is Grim Screaker going to pick up 1 and then kill his own teammate in the process? Like we said, realism mode. So you got to watch out for those grenades. Sometimes they're walk in front of your own teammates.
No, that's what makes this hard, because you're running around. You might accidentally run in front of your teammate, which, I mean, still counts as a kill.
Yeah, it feels very bad when you run in front of your teammate and then you just gun them down, or you get gunned down and they get a kill and you're like, I'm upset, but I realize this is entirely my fault, so I will not blame you. Haven't heard this. Oh, wait, it does look like, actually, I look at the top right. I just have to use my eyeballs. The Grove Hotel, the Grim Squad, already up 2 maps to nothing right here, right now, and showing why. Pretty dominating performance here against Java Express. I mean, we see Grim Cheeker hasn't even died yet, 6-0. The Grove Hotel's looking pretty good. They might give ICCU a run for their money. I hope we can catch that series, because they're pretty talented right now. Nothing against Java Express, but they looked just a tad outmatched on that one.
Yeah, that's a pretty clear skill difference there. I mean, with Grim just not, I don't think did he not die?
Grim Cheeker might have not died at all.
Wow. That's pretty incredible, especially for this close quarter here.
You see him Big Papa Panda. Looking at each other. Actually, it looks like ICCU beat Grove Hotel on Thursday.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's impressive to me, because Grove, I mean, I would think Grove Hotel, you see, they all have similar names of some sort. They look like you would call a professional organization. So if they couldn't even take down ICCU, I don't know if there's a team in the Valley that could take down ICCU. But right now, I'm just rooting for Java Express. You see, yeah, Grim Cheeker 6-0 right now. Did not die in that first round. I'm hoping Big Chunk can pick up a kill. He's sitting at 0-6, and unfortunately for Java, he's 0-7 right now. But Squish did get the first blood, so that's always a good sign.
Yeah, it can be tough if you have a teammate that maybe is new to the game, can't really carry their weight yet. I mean, it's a tough play here, especially because it doesn't look like there's any real standout players on the Java Express team.
Squish sitting at 5-5, not awful. I mean, getting a 1 KD against a team like the Grove Hotel is pretty impressive. I mean, they're holding down a lot of tight lines. And I'll even say for Big Chunks, even if you played the game for a while, if you have that map where you just start off 0-5, 0-6, just everything goes completely wrong. You just get in your head. oh, your bullets start missing. You start losing every gunfight. You feel like you win. I've easily gone like, all right, I'm 0-3, and then all of a sudden I'm like 1-12, and I'm like, I'm awful at this game, and I'll never play again. So I totally feel him there. Nice grenade from Lolly King, but unfortunately for Java Express, they're going to have to try and hold this A point, or they're going to be in for another quick loss.
You know, none of them are really using that red dot side. I don't see a lot of scopes here, so, I mean, that's tough, especially when they're sitting right on top of that tank. You don't really have a clear line of sight that way unless you maybe flank.
That tank is very sneaky. I remember the first when I played on release, like, I didn't even know you could get up there, and I'd come around this corner, as we see right here on the screen, as Grove Hotel picks up another one with all the zones captured, and I just get sprayed down, and I'm like, where did I even die from? Like, it is very impressive to me that people knew how to get on that tank very early, as we see Grim Cheeker. He did finally die, but he is going to get a second straight play of the game with the AK-7 for you. Nice little triple kill here onto the members of Java.
And again, I'm saying that iron side. I'm wondering if they just don't know about the attachments or didn't really have time to make the class. But that iron sight is rough.
There's some people who like swear by iron sights and they can make them work, but no, I'm right there with you. I'll waste an attachment slot on something, especially when you put a silencer on it, makes it even the barrel even longer, which just makes it even harder to see down sometimes. But I mean, he makes it work, at least for Grim Cheekers. As I say that, he gets taken down. Caster Coast, I apologize, but Grim Weepa is going to be able to get one with the sniper right there.
You know, this map has a lot of levels here. You have a couple down below, under the ground, you have that top level, and then you have that base level. I think it's really important to take advantage of those, especially, you know, down low, down high, rather than just hitting that mid there.
Yeah, I mean, using this tank as well. Big Papa Panda didn't even see him. Didn't matter as Grim Weepa gets one more with the Tundra. Big Chunks, he's waiting. Come on, you can do it. Oh, yeah! Spray him down! Oh, no! He had to reload! I thought he had him. I was rooting for him to be able to pick one up.
That no ADS. Oh, man.
You know, it happened. You know, I'm sure not every company in the area is like ICCU or clearly the Grove Hotel and has just a full-out Call of Duty squad ready to go. I know for Boise State, when we've had a couple of events, I talked to some of the players who played, and they were like, yeah, I just downloaded the game like 2 days ago because, you know, we were told we need somebody. So I'm sure there's a guy or two who was like, hey, the company asked if I could play Call of Duty, and I was like, yeah, why not? So I feel for him. I really do. I'm hoping he can pick up a kill, but it's not going to be this time as the Grove Hotel makes quick work of Java Express, and they're going to win Control 3-0, and they're going to win the Series 3-0, though we only saw the final game here. And you know, probably for good reason. We don't like showing absolute stomps on the stream, so glad we got to see these teams, but clearly a skill differential. Grim Reaper picking up a nice little three-piece with the Tundra.
And I just can't help but think, how did these teams compare to ICCU? Because they're just incredible.
Yeah, the fact that ICCU beat Grove Hotel on Thursday is just crazy to me. I mean, I'm sure the Grove Hotel does not have its nice little gaming area like we saw from ICCU in their intro video for the day, but huge congratulations to them. I'm sure we might see them later on as well. Like we said, we're going to have 5 full series. We've already got 1. We'll have 4 full series left. We might have a couple of individual games here and there. As it's just, we would be here for way too long if we watched every single game, all 12 of them being played here today. We would be almost impossible, but we want to make sure everyone gets their airtime. Of course, it's all for a good cause, giving games, supporting the Idaho Food Bank. You want more information, idahofoodbank.org/donate to help out as part of the Giving Games presented by Idaho Central Credit Union. Fish and Esmar here calling all of the action. It's been a really good start so far, and, you know, I'm really a big fan of these 4v4 more personal game modes here. I know when Boise State and ICCU played, it was 6v6, but I'm kind of falling in love with these 4v4 game modes here as we check out some replays.
Yes, they totally threw us off with the rules and stuff as Devin got a hatchet to his chest across a map.
Yeah, dude, we were off spawn. I'm running right next to him, and he just gets freaking cross.
Because we're going off the first rules that said that's all.
I like having the audio there. I mean, that is what happened with Boise State. I know that, like you said, if you don't go into custom game and create a custom game class, you'll load in and you'll be like, where'd all my guns go? Where'd all my loadouts go? So definitely very, like, it's something that you have to be aware of.
Hey, well, if you guys ever want to play with the ICCU squad on the Discord, I think they
I would love to see like an all-star team like Tachi and Blazem, maybe a couple guys from Grove Hotel. Maybe if you put them all together, they'd beat ICCU. I would love to see like an all-stars versus ICCU event at some point. But we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more Call of Duty coming up after this short break.
Here in Idaho, we do things a little differently. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. Next,
I thought it was kind of
always
funny,
use fry
honestly.
sauce. I mean, why wouldn't you? Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. We call it pop, not soda. We always put a lift on our pickups. And we always buckle up because we still have a lot we want to do, and I'm guessing you do too.
Legendary parts for legendary wins.
Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your Guard adventure.
Boise State game. I don't want to explore any volcanoes today. Maybe tomorrow. Not on my list for today. Today I'm watching some Call of Duty, and that's what I want to see. It is the Idaho Central Credit Union presents Giving Games, 6 local companies competing in Call of Duty, and of course all of them trying to give ICCU a run for their money because right now they have wiped Boise State. And right now, from what I've been told, they've also been doing that to a lot of these other companies. Like I said, I want to see an All-Stars versus ICCU event. And so on to our next one, though. We're not going to see ICU quite yet. It's Ednetics taking on Peterson. Of course, we just saw Peterson lose 3-0 to go out local, so they're looking for some revenge. Have not seen Ednetics tonight on the stream, so it's going to be curious to get their first look. Of course, we had some of this on Thursday. I was not here, so it's my first look at some of these teams. Do not know who all we saw on Thursday, but it is a round-robin tournament. Have an update on the standings after this game when all the teams will have been played through their same amount of games, and then we'll head into the final 3 series of the night. It's Fishing at SMR here. If you're just joining us, it is going to be a best of 5. We will start on Crossroads Strikes with Hardpoint every single series. We'll then go to Search and Destroy with Loser's Pick. Then we'll go to Control, then back to Hardpoint, and back to Search and Destroy, loser picking every single time. And I think it is very paramount for Hardpoint on Crossroads Strike, like we saw in our first series, SMR, to know where the spawns are, because those 4 or 5 extra points you can get while the other team's running around, those can add up over the course of a game.
I cannot stress enough the importance of the rotations. I mean, if you know where those hard points are going to be and you're rotating correctly with the rest of your team, I mean, that's where you want to be. You don't want to get, like you said, caught out away from your team, maybe out in a random area of the map.
Yeah, I remember that was one of the biggest things for Boise State when we played ICCU in the ICCU versus Boise State series about a month ago is, a lot of people for Boise State either played just team deathmatch like myself or they didn't play a lot of Call of Duty. So when a hardpoint would swap, it would immediately be in ICCU's favor because they had a guy or two rotating over to that next hardpoint. We saw it with Go Out Local and Peterson Chevrolet. It was very neck and neck. Hardpoint rotated. Go Out Local was right there, and they got 10, 15 points and were able to just hold down the victory. So, yeah, knowing where they spawn, I'm going to be curious to see if it's the same spawns. I'd have to think the same spawns we saw earlier. So it starts in the middle, comes back down to the lower side room, then goes back up to the tents, and you'll kind of catch on. But, yeah, if you have one or two teammates rotate over early and the other team doesn't, going to be huge. But Peterson should know where the spawns are this time. I would give them a slight edge here in game number 1.
And again, those line of sights. I mean, that first hard point right on that tank, that is a hard point because there's so many areas that you can just sneak in or, line of sights for the other team to just, knock you down at that point. So, I mean, we'll have to see.
So you see here the team from Peterson, Chevrolet, Rigor Mortis, Empirical, Blazem. All guys we've seen. Continuer as well. I know subs are allowed. Don't remember Continuer from the last series against Go Out Local, but always great to see that these companies are able to field guys who are actually pretty dang talented at Call of Duty. I mean, I know when they were like, hey, Fish, you want to cast some local companies out here playing Call of Duty? I was like, yeah, I'm down. In the back of my mind, I'm like, okay, what would my, parents look like playing Call of Duty? What would the guys that I used to work with at the radio station here in Boise, what would they look like playing Call of Duty? And I was expecting slowly turning, not knowing how to shoot. These guys are actually pretty dang talented. I'm really impressed that there is gamers of all ages at some of these companies.
Yeah, and it's something really cool. I mean, a lot of companies, they do like the softball, baseball, those team in-person sports. It's really interesting to see them kind of reach into the esports.
So we see here, Peterson in the blue, Adnetics in the orange. Of course, Peterson, the names we all recognize, Rigor Mortis, Empirical, Blazem, and Imported Goods, taking on Fear the Ginger, Keys, True Speed, and Tellum. Hardpoint right in the middle, and just like we were talking about, Esmar, Peterson all over it already, not even being contested right now by the side of Adnetics.
Yeah, I'm a person who sticks with TDM, so it can be definitely hard to get used to these kinds of maps, especially with the different game modes. So if they're not comfortable with playing these, I mean, you can definitely tell with how they're spread out. They're maybe playing it more like a TDM rather than a capture the point.
Yeah, and call-outs are so imperative in a game like this. Like, I know it feels great to go in, you just 4v1, the 1v4 the enemy team. You're like, hey, I got the hardpoint, guys. Like, that's not going to happen in a lot of these games. These guys are very close to equal skill levels. There's not one or two guys that can dominate like we've seen from guys like Spades from ICCU. As we see Imported Goods, by the way, he's on a 5-killing streak, immediately gets ended. You go to, hey, they're behind the tank. Hey, they're underneath here. Giving your team information is almost more important than going in and 1v4 clutching or dying in a 1v4 clutch and not picking up any kills. And see Keys. Oh, see, he had it and he only got one kill. Proving my point right there. Thank you, Keys.
Yeah, as you mentioned, those call-outs are really important, and on a map this small, it's even more important to call it out immediately as soon as you know where they are. That way, if your team is kind of spread out, they all kind of know where to converge.
Fear the Ginger at 5 HP. Going to heal up now, unfortunately. Blazem and Imported Goods knew exactly where to look, and unfortunately, much like we saw last time, Peterson, Chevrolet, this time, they knew exactly where the spawns are. I mean, they have been, every time there's a spawn, they're right there, and that's a huge reason why they have a huge lead early in the game. You see, look, the point flips. Now, finally, though, we do see Adnetics on the point.
Yeah, that room, holding down that room, I mean, even on TDM, that's a good place to be. You got so many areas converging in. As long as, I mean, I hate to say it, but as long as you can hold a corner there, people are going to be running in, and it's a good area to maybe pick up a few kills.
I hate that room so much. There's so many. I mean, like, yeah, the way you say it, it's so simple. Just hold the angle, and I feel like my teammates are just like, nah, fam. I ain't. Like, no one ever look. I swear, I'll be like, how did I die? And they just runs past 3 of my teammates, kills them all, kills me. I'm like, All right, like it is just, there's so many entrances. It's such a unique map. I mean, a lot of the smallish Call of Duty maps, like you look at maps like Rust, maps like Nuketown, the iconic ones, there's like one, you know, it's just vertical gameplay. There's so many sight lines here. It is so annoying to hold that hard point. I cannot imagine trying to hold that one down. I will say, Ednetics did a really good job. They held that one, and they were right in the perfect position as True Speed, after a slow start on a nice little 5 killing streak before he gets taken down.
I mean, kills-wise, it's easy to go back and forth here, but that's not really what's important. You want to make sure you're on that point, and that's where you're going to get the points to win the game here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I know a lot of Call of Duty players might throw up in their mouth when I say it, but your KD does not matter on maps that have objectives. I'd rather you go 1-20 and have 3 minutes of objective time than you be 65-0 with 0 seconds of objective time and we just lose because you refuse to play it. So yeah, you're right. You can get all the kills in the world. If you cannot take over this hard point, you're not going to matter. As we do see, finally Peterson picks it up, but unfortunately, that is just such, we're talking about sight lines. There is nowhere to hide there in that tent.
Just absolutely wide open, and you make a good point. I mean, I'm also kind of guilty of it. Cold War is actually only my 3rd or 4th Call of Duty where I've actually been consistently playing, and
Switch to your pistol.
Should have switched. But it can be easy to get caught up in that, you know, what's my KD? What's my KD? Like, I don't want to die, rather than focusing on the objectives here.
Yeah, I have a ton of people that I regrettably call friends, not because of their actions, but because of how they play Call of Duty, that play modes like Kill Confirmed, and they don't even, they I think, will end games with 0 confirms because they know, oh, if I kill a guy, someone's going to go rush to grab his dog tag, and then I'll just kill that guy, and it just snowballs, and they have like 6 KDs in Kill Confirmed. I'm like, yeah, how many confirms do you have? 0. So, you know, playing the objective is huge. We have gotten the hard point back to its original spot into this tank, which you can use for great line of sight. Unfortunately, Porta Goods looking the wrong way. He's 14-12 after a fast start. I mean, in games like this, even with just 4-on-4, yeah, your KD's not going to look pretty at the end of the night. That's why you want to focus on winning his keys. Gets one, tries to pre-fire Empirical, but he was a little too soon on that one.
And I'm not sure if the Paranoia perk is allowed, but I mean, that I feel like does more harm than good. I mean, you see your screen flash yellow and you're like, oh my god, where are they? Where are they? And you end up looking right not where they are.
Yeah, it's such, like, in theory, like, I read that perk and I was like, this seems awesome. And then I use it and I'm like, oh my god, everyone can see me. And you just hide in the corner. You're like, all right, my screen's not orange anymore. I'm safe. And then you just die. So yeah, it's one of those where it, like, feels good. I'm sure, like, professional players make great use of it, but it just gives me too many panic attacks. I'm like, oh, they can see me from the left, from the right. Somehow they can see above me and below me at the same time on a map like this. So yeah, I totally understand why you might want to use it. And this has been the hard point for Peterson Chevrolet. They have absolutely dominated right now. True Speed gets a second one. Got to reload on the MP5. Can he get one more? No grenade. And his teammate bails him out there. So nice job there by Ednetics to get the hard point back.
Just had to watch. It gave me a little bit of anxiety seeing him in that doorway because that does connect to the other building. So if someone were to have come up behind him, that may have not gone as well for them.
We're talking about learning the hard points. Huge misplay there by Peterson Chevrolet. The hard point was rotating in 5 seconds, which they can see. And instead of setting up for the new hard point, they all bum rushed the old hard point. They have captured it, but they could have easily set themselves up in a way more advantageous position. Flank here from True Speed, though. Can't quite find it. And here's the strategy you were talking about before Rigor Mortis goes down. Everybody hold an angle in there. It is so hard to capture unless you each get taken out, with Fear the Ginger picking up 2 with the MP5.
With that strategy, you also have to make sure one of your teammates has that trophy system. I mean, it's so easy to just get caught up with that frag grenade or a C4, especially when you're all in the same room together.
Yeah, even the stunner, flash grenades, being able to not have to deal with that is huge. Trophy system. One of the field upgrades that is allowed in the CDL rules. You see a lot of people going to be using that one. No field micro proximity mines to be used as the hardpoint swamps over. Peterson in perfect position. There's that grenade from True Speed. Unfortunately, gets taken out. Now we see Blazin with that pistol, but he'll eat a grenade to the face. And then kills teammate in the process, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was an accidental team kill. Self-kill, actually. I think his grenade hit the box. I don't think it actually launched.
Yeah, I think he was trying to throw it and got hit by a grenade and then got taken out. Og, that is a very incredibly powerful weapon right there. I think it is incredible. I think that is like the sleeper weapon. I know a ton of people have used the M16. 3-round burst guns in Call of Duty can be very punishing. I think the AUG is really, really cool to use. The fact that it's a 2-round burst gun. Not sure it's allowed by CDL rules, but we'll turn a blind eye to it.
Personally, I like the AUG for Warzone. It's actually a pretty good long-range weapon there. Maybe not something that I would choose in this map. I prefer a little faster rate of fire. Again, like that MP5 or the FFAR, maybe even the Fennec.
I'm surprised we haven't seen anyone using the FFAR. I've heard nothing but good things about it. And no one is using it. A lot of AKs, a lot of MP5s as the hard point once again rolls over to that mid. Blazem's holding it down, trying to use that pistol. Fortunately, not finding much success, and it's going to allow Ednetics to get back on the point there and start to challenge Peterson Chevrolet's lead and shrink it just a little bit.
And you're really limited there with only having the pistol as a secondary. There's no launchers allowed, and there's no shotguns allowed, which would be so good on this map. Unfortunately, per CDL rules, they can't use those shotguns.
Oh, I am a huge fan of shotguns. The Spaz 12 under a new name back in this game. Absolutely love it, especially for zombies as well. I think it's a ton of fun. The Gallo SA-12, of course, the gun I'm talking about. Old school Call player, Duty players will know it as the Spaz 12, but I think it's a ton of fun. We see that the hardpoint has rotated this time. Peterson Chevrolet all over it. They'll pick up their first win here in this series.
Yeah, excellent job by them. Had a few great rotations, maybe a few misplays, but that doesn't seem to have hurt them that badly.
There's the Empirical here with the MP5. Picking up 2. Quick reload. Gonna run right into Fear the Ginger, and Key's actually gonna go with a 4 kill piece in the best play, and nearly killed his teammate in the process as well.
That MP5, just such a strong SMG. I mean, you can't go wrong. And a lot of the attachments that make it strong are unlocked right away. They're that 1 or 2 slot. So it's really not hard to just grab it and use it.
Yeah, I mean, you get the extra ammo. That is like the only minor downside I've run into is that the base ammo, 30 shots, goes through pretty quickly, but with the 40-round magazine on, you can even get up to 50 rounds once you get it leveled up decently. It just makes it almost unstoppable. But here we go. First news of the FFAR. First time on Moscow here on Search and Destroy. And we'll see how Keys does with the FFAR that we've been praising all day. If he absolutely fails with it, I'll feel kind of bad.
I mean, I use the FFAR. I think it's a great gun, and he has the same optic that I use as well, that bigger red dot, so you kind of get more of the enemy team in that circle. Kind of does help with the aim a little bit.
He's going to get bum rushed here by a pair. Takes down 1, but Empirical's going to take him down, so it's a 3-on-3. You see 2 members from Ednetics all the way over at A. So they're going to have to rotate over. Now it's a 2v2 here, so very, very close. True Speed trying to flank through B. Bomb is being planted. You can maybe catch him off guard here. They're not looking at him. That's 1. That's... No! I had it. I thought he had 2, so it's a 1v1 now. Imported Goods versus Fear the Ginger with the bomb planted. 35 seconds on the clock.
God, I know that feels bad when you got him dead to sights. You think you got both of them. You put shots in the other guy, and then all of a sudden, maybe just a headshot.
Oh.
It hurts.
A little bit of ring around the rosy here. All the pressure on Fear the Ginger. He's got to defuse the bomb, but it's not going to be done. Peterson picks that one up. Oh, man, I am sure True Speed is kicking himself right now. Those are probably comms we cannot show on the air because I would be so mad. You said you have him dead to rights. All you got to do is hit 1 more shot, and you just can't quite find him.
And it hurts extra bad when, you see their HP, and it's like 1. You're like, oh, man.
You're like, 1 more shot?
1 more.
Then you're like, how did that not hit? I was shooting him a bunch. This game is awful.
That's not what I saw on my screen.
Exactly. Yeah. But great job by Peterson, and Imported Goods and Empirical both picking up 2 kills for Ednetics. Everyone getting a 1 except for Fear the Ginger. And like I said, not a big fan of Search and Destroy now swapping after every round. I preferred the old one where it would swap after, I think, 3 or 4. But hey, you know what? Beggars can't be choosers, so we'll live on. Everyone from Peterson going over to A, they're going to find out very quickly Ednetics not interested in that A site.
And again, this isn't this is not a game mode that I play very often. I took me, honestly, probably maybe a couple days ago, I finally learned how to pick up the bomb and plant it, so.
It's definitely a very, very competitive game mode, as we see right now. Ednetics, only one person left alive here. The Ginger going to drop down in that little hidey hole. I love that, to be able to flank people. He's going to rush for A, it looks like. Now he's going to double back. Going to try and go out in that courtyard. Imported goods. Can you hear him? Yes, you can. Peterson picks up their second round in a row.
I will say that's something else I've noticed about Cold War is the footsteps are so loud. If you're not running Ninja, you are just an elephant stomping around the map.
Yeah, I'm glad with the custom game rules, all of the perks are unlocked. But yeah, the first couple days before you unlock Ninja, I believe level 37, just feels absolutely awful. You're just, like you said, you sound like an elephant walking around in a tile room. You're just like, boom, 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 boom. And you watch the kill cam and you just see the guys turn around. You're like, ah, they could hear me. Like, it's just so, and then you get Ninja and you just sneak up on people and you're like, haha, take that. I'm no longer an elephant. I'm a sneaky little mouse.
Yeah, that Ninja is incredible for being able to flank teams, especially in a game mode like this where maybe you'd want to sneak around to the other side, come up behind them rather than face them head on at the bomb site.
Yeah, just like that. They also a great job of imported goods, being a little bit of a bullet sponge there, distracting for the Ginger who got flanked. 3v2, Tell him going to go down as well. It's up to Keys now, sneaking around with that FFAR. Can he make it as overpowered as we have made it sound? The whole team's on the other side of that wall. Gets one. Oh, man.
Oh, pointed to the door. He wasn't expecting that jump.
No, the jump shotting is something that catches me off guard. It started to make waves in Modern Warfare, but yeah, jump shotting definitely always catches me off guard. I'll just start shooting them in the kneecap and they'll just headshot me. So Peterson up 3-0 now. Yeah, jump shotting almost the new drop shotting, it feels like.
Yeah, and I've heard there's a way to double jump, so you're just flying through the air, essentially a flying squirrel.
That would be pretty awesome. I would love to figure out how to do that. I still, you know, I'll give me the old slide around the corner. That's the go-to maneuver. But yeah, jump shotting, it's something it's so hard for me to want to jump when I'm shooting, because then I'm like, wait, but I'm going to aim over their head. So the fact that some of these guys can pull it off, pretty impressive. Looks like Peterson going for the full-on flank. You've got Blazem and Empirical here. Got one guy around the corner, neither of them looked for him though.
Oh, that is incredibly difficult to get that shot while you're jumping up through the window.
Yeah, jumping through windows, climbing up ladders, definitely two hard things to shoot for in Call of Duty. Unfortunately, even with that great start, Ednetics down to their final player here. Peterson has 2 left. Looks like imported goods. Going to try and camp out on that bomb site along with Empirical. Keys has the bomb. Would be smart to maybe rush A. Oh, he's got him. Oh, gets one. Can he get the other one? It's the knife. Very interesting.
Huh. We have not seen a lot of melee weapons here. Not sure where that sits on the CDL rules, but you can do some serious damage with the collie sticks.
Okay, collie sticks for Modern Warfare. Just the knife right now in Cold War, which I'm sure, I know for Black Ops 4 they added a ton. They even had like an action figure at one point for the melee weapon, so I'm sure they'll add a ton of fun weapons. Getting a little firefight. Key's going to retreat, goes for the flank, bomb down. Empirical not going to go for the quick defuse. Keys around the corner. Oh, going to lose that firefight to the MP5 almost every time. Plenty of time to find the bomb, and that'll be a defuse, and Peterson now up 4-0.
Now, a lot of people shake their head at the MP5. They wanted that nerf. It was nerfed, but it's still so strong.
And in a close range fight, the MP5 just feels just unfair unless you're using something like the AK-7 for you, which even then, I've had times where the MP5 feels just unbeatable in close range, as we see Empirical with that MP5. Going to pick up 2. Hey, let's make it 3, as Tellum, unfortunately, going to be gunned down as well. And Peterson looking pretty strong here, already up 4-0 against Ednetics in Search and Destroy.
Now let's see if they can make it a 5-0. They look pretty strong, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to take it.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, you know, we were talking about in our first series about the the ability to have like an anchor, someone like a Spades for ICCU who you can just know is going to pop off every single game. And that felt like it was Blazem in the Go Out Local series, usually leading the team in kills, but right now he's just a measly 3-3. You've got Empirical at 8-3, Imported Goods at 5-2, Empirical on a 4 kill streak. So some of these guys for Peterson maybe just struggled in that first match. They got that warm-up out of the way, and now it looks like a very, very strong 3-man team as Empirical, his 5th kill in a row, gets that first blood.
You know, definitely that warm-up map is important. You don't want to, you know, as you said, go 1-12 and say, it's a warm-up, it's a warm-up. And
exactly, yeah, that's my strat. I'm 1-12 warm-up. I haven't played all day, guys. Like, this is my first game in like 3 weeks. Just go easy on me. I'm not going to tell them it's like my 4th game in a row, but they don't even know that. There's Empirical right now. He is just absolutely popping off. 10-6. Blaze, I'm not going to see Fear the Ginger. One in the head from the MP5 is going to take him down. Bomb has been planted at B. To Fear the Ginger. Oh!
Just hit that. Maybe he bumped that.
Yeah, I don't know if he bumped his
right above it.
Yeah, I don't know if these guys are playing on controller or keyboard and mouse, but yeah, he looked like he had them just absolutely easy pickings, and then something bumped his controller or his mouse, and he just shot up in the air, and that absolutely changed the game. As Empirical once again picking up our play of the game. He is on fire, 10-3 on a 6 kill streak. Not something you see very often in Search and Destroy. 7 kill streak, my bad. 11-3 at 7 kill streak. I don't want to take anything away from the man.
Yeah, he is clearly, you know, carrying his team a little bit here, which I think I'm surprised as well. I definitely thought that Blazem was gonna be their star player, but I mean, you know, maybe different maps, warm-up game, you know, anything can kind of change the tide here.
Fortunately, Empirical is going to go down to Tellum. Picks up his 2nd kill of the game. A little bit of fight here again for Ednetics on match point. They've already taken down 2. Unfortunately, Tellum and Keys will go down. Rigor Mortis in a 1v2. He's got 2 guys up to his right. Bomb being planted on A. He'll know that right now. Got to be careful. There's a guy to your right as well.
Oh.
Always got to check your corners. Even when you think that you're like, I'm just going to gun down the guy on the bomb, always got to check your corners. He ran right into that one.
There's maybe where that heartbeat sensor would come into play. I know it's a really popular option in Warzone, something that I've kind of gotten used to now and feels out of place without it.
It's one of those in Warzone where it's really, really fun, and then you go into multiplayer and like everyone's running Ghost or Cold-Blooded, and you're like, hey, there's no one on my heartbeat. I've done that before. They had the split where you have, finally, we got our 10 Warzone classes and our 10 multiplayer classes in Modern Warfare, and you had to have them doubled up. I'd pick my Warzone class. I'd be like, all right, at least I have a heartbeat. And I'm like, there's no one here because everyone uses Cold-Blooded in multiplayer. So it is one of those where once you get used to it and then everyone's sort of countering it with a perk, as we see there, Keys nearly got blown up by his own teammate. It definitely feels like one of those where you're like, hey, no one's there, and then you run into 5 of them because they're all immune. Nice grenade.
Definitely took a look and saw him right there out of the corner of his eye.
Grenaded him out. He had tac mask though, so it's going to reduce the duration of that stun. Now he gets the flank, but Blazem read that perfectly. I don't know if Fear the Ginger doesn't have Ninja on or what. Keys gets at least 1, but Peterson's going to pick up their 6th win here. They're going to go on to match point here on Control. Peterson coming out pretty strong here after that first series we saw against Go Out Local. And I'll be curious what map we see that Ednetics wants to pick for potentially our final game of the series.
I have to say the maps, I really don't have a favorite here. I honestly, that last one we saw, Moscow, Garrison, those would probably be my top 2, but I'm still holding strong. Anything but Miami.
Miami, I love Miami. You see here a look at the standings. Of course, ICCU, hard to believe that they would not be 2-0. Then everyone else 1-1 besides Ednetics, who's sitting at 0-2. Unfortunately, might take another loss here to Peterson Chevrolet as we maybe get into our final map. Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I think Crossroads Strikes is a ton of fun. Miami is a map that I do want to see played on a objective game mode. It really feels like it was a map that they designed around an objective mode, not around TDM, the standard mode that a lot of people play. So yeah, I'd love to see Miami just come out just so I can kind of see what it looks like. But yeah, every other map, we've seen, I think, almost all of them now. We're going to go back to, it looks like Garrison, a favorite on Control potentially. We'll see if Ednetics can pick up their first win of the series here and force us to a game 4. Right now, they've traded pretty evenly.
And there he is underneath that stairs. Again, like I mentioned before, that high, middle, low, it's really important to maybe play that high-low instead of just hitting that middle spot. But that point is just wide out in the open.
I will say that one spot where we just saw Keys peek around and get a kill, it feels so unbalanced for the team spawning on that side, because if you're sniping across, as I'm sure everyone loves to do, and at least I love to do, you can see their shadow come around the corner before you actually see them, which makes it really easy to be able to find someone. So I don't know, I would wonder if they might change the lighting, because it really feels unfair when, you know, you're on the other side and you're like, oh, hey, there's a shadow, there's a guy, and then you're on that side and you're like, how do they always know I'm there? That is the one part about this map I do not like, is it feels like there's a very, very big spawn advantage for the team spawning on the right side of the map where Peterson is spawning right now.
I mean, I'll say it is what it is. You gotta use the advantages where you get them, and you kind of see he can probably hear the guy around him. Oh, just not able to close it. That hurts.
Tellum was actually sitting on the tank. Blasem's going to learn that now. I don't even think Rigor Mortis knew he was there. They were kind of just sitting at each other. Tellum's not in the zone as he gets headshot by Empirical and taken out. So the zone was being captured by Peterson. They have picked up B, by the way. So if you are new to this game, which is one of the newer games modes introduced in Cold War, 2 points to capture. You either win by capturing both points, running the enemy team out of respawns, as you can see both teams with 13 respawns left, or if time runs out, the team with the most respawns left will win as well. So a couple different ways to win. I think it's a very unique game mode, definitely a lot of fun. Closest you'll probably get to TDM style in CDL. Rigor Mortis reloading with a guy right around the boxes from them. Stun grenades him in the face. Actually, it's a smoke grenade. Now he is caught in a very, very poor position. But switch weapons! Switch weapons! No! I don't know how he got bailed out.
Oh my god, the reload there is just so incredibly slow, and he was, I think, literally surrounded. Just, oh man.
Yeah, his team came rushing in to save him. Peterson will pick up the win, but Rigor Mortis got to be thinking his lucky stars there. You just got to switch to your secondary. Man, it has been drilled in every Call of Duty game. It is faster than reloading to switch to your secondaries, but huge shout out to Peterson here, putting in a ton of work. Definitely showing up as a very talented squad here.
Yeah, you mentioned those secondaries. I mean, I'm definitely in the bad habit of saying, oh, my secondary is a pistol. You know what? Not going to use it.
I'll just eat the reload time. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I promise. And then you're like, oh, man. Every time that happens, at least for me, I'm like, I die, and I'm like, all right, next time, I'll definitely make sure I swap to my secondary. And then I'm in the same situation, and I don't even think about swapping. I'm like, next time, I promise, I will swap to my secondary. It is a very hard habit to get into, as we see here. Once again, Control is first to 3 wins. We see nice little start here. Tellum gets 1. Blaze him hiding behind the boxes. Fear the Ginger didn't see him. Now he does.
Oh.
Nice little 2-kill start there for Ednetics. Unfortunately, they'll lose 2 in the process as well.
That's a little give and take on this map. Definitely with those points in such awkward areas of the map. I mean, you might as well just go for the kills and then try to have 2 people sit on that point.
Rigor Mortis sneaks below the members of Ednetics, is able to take them all down. They were pretty dang close to being able to capture that point. They will now lose all of that progress on B that they had. Nice job by True Speed. Gets 1, got to reload.
And there you see the one problem with Cold War is they got rid of that mount feature that was really popular in Modern Warfare. So you're not able to just hit that corner, hit the mount button, and then have a laser on everybody in front of you.
Yeah, you had a laser depending on, you know, what else was around you. It was very, very difficult to hit the player. You can only see from the gun up. So definitely very, very hard. Unfortunately for True Speed, he cannot take down that member of Peterson who's hiding behind the boxes. He'll run right into Empirical. Time running out here. Respawn advantage just barely in favor of Peterson, now up by 5, so they should be able to pick this one up on time limit this time.
Nice.
Empirical gets a 5th kill. He's been popping off this round. Like I said, we thought it was Blazem. Empirical's pretty good.
Maybe it's just that warm-up round. He just needed that first game. Get it out of the way.
You see time limit reached. Peterson now on match point, both in Control and the overall series. They lead both 2-0 as Empirical, once again, it feels like his 3rd or 4th straight best play of the game. He's pretty good with his MP5 once he's finally figured it out.
I mean, I will say it's not hard to be good with the MP5.
You're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong. I would love to see somebody. We saw somebody with the Milano for Get Out Local. I believe it was Eddie who actually was popping off. I've heard a lot of people say that it is a very strong gun, but I'll be curious to see if anyone. I'm surprised that Netix just didn't go full MP5s. We see still Fear the Ginger with the Krieg 6. Maybe he has a little bit more self-respect than that, but you'll do anything to win here, especially how this series is going. You'll come around the box. Throw out a trophy system. Got to be careful. Your shadow can be seen. TAC Max activated there. And Tellum's going to pick up 2 for his team, helping it open up that B side just a little bit.
Nice, and that's another area where it's really important to look at that mini map and see that, okay, you have one guy in the corner. He got that line of sight. The guy across from you, you're going to also, he had a teammate in that opposite room. If you'd known his other teammate was shooting that guy, he might have been able to go after him while he was distracted.
See, Empirical's going to pick up, looks like 6 straight kills for Peterson here. They're in control of both points. Fear the Ginger going to get flanked from behind. Empirical 18-8 right now, making 19-8 on a 4-kill streak. Looks like A, 2/3 of the way to being done. B, right behind him. Can Keys do something here? He's got the knife out, slides around the corner away from the grenade. Done with there. His team cleared it out. Went for the highlight play, didn't find it. B has been captured though, so Ednetix got to be careful. Respawn's pretty close though. They can take this to a time limit game.
And that room right there, that's definitely a great area. If you're comfortable just sitting in there and mowing people down, that's a great place to be.
Yeah, like if you can hide up here and you don't have anyone climb up the ladder, definitely a nice little spot. A bunch of grenades being spammed at him. He is going to get taken down by that second one, unfortunately.
There's where that trophy system comes into play.
Yeah, the trophy system would be huge there. Fear the Ginger tried for the flank, did not find it. And it looks like A, 2 ticks down for Peterson right now. They're just going to get one more. They are losing in respawns, though, so if this does go to a time limit, Ednetix would pick up the victory, so Peterson's got to be careful.
Let's see what he decides to do here. I mean, yeah, that spooky side of the tank right there, getting those corners. I don't even think he knows he's on the tank right now.
He definitely grenaded it out. Gets hit by a flash grenade. Yeah, you've got Tellum hiding down there. True Speed, excuse me, hiding down there. Tellum just got eliminated. Empirical with the flank. He's got a guy right in front. True Speed right in front of you. There we go. That'll open one up for your team. Oh, he's got to slide around the corner. Still capturing the point. Grenade comes out, dodges it nicely. Takes down Fear the Ginger. Whole team charging at him. Does not have reinforcements just quite yet. Contested. Gets one more. Got to reload. Swap to your secondary, please. No. I don't think they know there's a guy back there. Now they find True Speed. Slide around the corner, and Peterson's going to pick that one up for their 3rd win in control. And they'll get a little bit of revenge after getting 3-0'd by Go Out Local. They will pick up a 3-0 victory of their own.
Nice. That was really clutch of Imperial to be right around that, playing that tank area. Unfortunately, his team just wasn't there with that angle to back him up.
Here, I really wish I had been tracking how many play of the games Empirical's picked up this series, because it feels like it's been almost all of them. So a huge congratulations to Peterson Chevrolet. They pick up their first victory of today. It's like their first victory overall as well. They were sitting at a 1-1 record. Everyone 1-1 except for ICCU, who's 2-0, and Ednetix unfortunately falls down to 0-2. But we still got plenty of action left. Want to make sure everybody gets a chance to play each other. Like we said, we'll have 3 more series featured on the stream. We might hop in for a single game here or there as well. All 4 giving games presented by Idaho Central Credit Union, with it helping out the Idaho Food Bank. If you want to get in on that, you can go to idahofoodbank.org/donate for more information. It's been a great little start to the evening. Cannot wait to see how our final 3 series that we have are going to go. We'll check out some replays here as well from some of these teams here today. Peterson probably a lot more happy than they were last time. See, here's one for Empirical. I know in the last one we could hear some of the comms from Team Chat, and Peterson Chevrolet definitely said that they were caught a little bit off guard by the rule set, so maybe now that they actually had time to make their classes, that might explain how they were much more prepared for this series than they looked against Go Out Local.
Yeah, that can be tough, not knowing that you have those classes cleared out, essentially. And if you're not comfortable with those loadouts, if you're not comfortable with those add-ons, the perks, I mean, it can be tough to just make it up out of thin air.
Yeah, I mean, you can try and edit it in-game, but then you're just kind of sitting around, and in a game like Control, you don't want to have that. So, yeah, it is something where, you know, it's happened. It happens all the time. You're like, hey, all right, I'm ready to go. My classes are all set. And they're like, hey, this is a custom game. You have to actually make your custom game classes. Like you said, though, it is nice, Smart, that everything's unlocked for you. So you are able to say, hey, I'm not level 50 with the MP5, but, you know, I don't have to be that. So it is nice that everything is unlocked, so it does put it on a little bit more of a balanced playing field for everyone. Well, we're going to take a quick little break here. We'll be back with more Call of Duty action. We're going to see who's coming up first, though, after we get out of this break. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Java and ICCU. Good luck to Java.
Oh, man.
We saw them in their one game against Grove Hotel in the Game 3. Like we said, we'll kind of hop around a little bit if we have time. They're going to have their work cut out for them against Idaho Central Credit Union, who is by far the most talented team right now, the only team sitting at 2-0. But we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with Java versus ICCU in the ICCU Presents Giving Games Call of Duty Tournament after this short break.
Here in Idaho, we do things a little differently. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. Next, always use fry sauce. I mean, why wouldn't you? Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. We call it pop, not soda. We always put a lift on our pickups. And we always buckle up because we still have a lot we want to do, and I'm guessing you do too.
Legendary parts for legendary wins.
Here in Idaho, we do things a little differently. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. Next, always use fry sauce. I mean, why wouldn't you? Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. We call it pop, not soda. We always put a lift on our pickups. And we always buckle up because we still have a lot we want to do, and I'm guessing you do too.
Legendary parts for legendary wins.
Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. that's a rule we can all live by.
Big shout out to Boise State production right now, killing it with the holiday theme. I know for October, for Halloween, we had a pretty spooky one, but this just takes the icing on the cake. So happy holidays, of course, to everyone. We are back with the ICCU presents Giving Games. 6 local companies taking part in a round-robin Call of Duty tournament here. It has been a ton of fun so far. We've got 2 series down, 3 more series to go. We might hop into some other games as well as they are going on, but we're going to have Java taking on ICCU. Everyone on the same page right now in terms of standings. We'll get to that in a second. Like we said, 6 local Idaho businesses challenging each other today in Call of Duty. It is a best of 5. Hardpoint, search and destroy, control, back to hardpoint, and then search and destroy for games 4 and 5 if necessary. It is a 4v4 with subs available. Round robin tournament with CoD League maps and now CoD League loadouts after everyone has played 2 games, making sure everyone's on the same page. You can see there the companies at the bottom: Idaho Central Credit Union, Java Express. That is our next game coming up. We also got the Grove Hotel, Ednetics, Peterson Chevrolet, and Go Out Local all taking part. We've seen every single team at least once on the stream. We'll make sure all of them get at least 1 series here. Right now it is ICCU and Java, and I just, my heart goes out to Java because unless they have some sneaky good gamers, ICCU is probably going to put the hurt on them. I can see that personally because they did that to me in Boise State about a month ago. Here is the overall schedule. Like I mentioned, we would be here for hours if we were doing every single game. So we're highlighting 5. We already had Go Out Local 3-0ing Peterson Chevrolet, and Ednetics getting 3-0'd by Peterson Chevrolet. We're now on to ICCU versus Java Express. We'll then have the Grove Hotel and Ednetics versus Go Out Local to wrap up the evening in terms of our full series. But we might hop around, get a game from one of the series as well. Just make sure everyone has as much uptime and views on the stream as possible. But yeah, this is our next series. We're always going to start on Crossroads Strikes. Esmar, who's joining me to call the action. Any advice for Java Express there for taking on ICCU?
You know, ICCU is just a powerhouse. I mean, in terms of tips, avoid spades.
Yeah, there you go. That is probably the best tip of them all. Spades definitely the best player for ICCU, but they all go hand in hand so perfectly. I remember talking to some of them after the Boise State versus ICCU event that we had at the start of, I believe, either November or December, and they said, you know, a lot of teamwork. And like we said, one good player can sort of say, hey, I 1v2'd here. He's going to open up the rest of the map. So yeah, look out for spades. Good luck the rest of the way. I mean, they're going to know every hard point spawn. Maybe you can catch them off guard in Cold War, but we're going to kick things right off here. There are the names. You recognize almost all of them. Spades, Waldo, Pickle Fork, all from the Boise State event. And it looks like we've got 1 new player taking on Quixotic, Big Chunk, Squish, and Slipper Toad for Java Express. And much like we saw in the first time with ICCU, they are right now dominating here, already up big on the hard point.
I mean, they have all the lines of sight. They immediately took down 2 of Java's players, like, just literally within seconds, so.
Nice little drop shot there from Slipper Toad, at least getting 1. Unfortunately for Java, they are nowhere near the hard point. Spade's going to get 1 right now, 5-1 on a 5-kill streak. Make that 6 in a row for him. Doing it all with the XM4, not a gun I would have expected. Now we see Slipper Toad with the Tundra out. Can't find anyone, and Spades gets taken down there by Quixotic before, unfortunately, that is a name we're going to call Skills. Can't in my brain put together how that would be pronounced right now. Dilangits?
Dylan gets skills.
Dylan gets kills. There we go. Now that I see it, it makes perfect sense. I was like, Dilangel skillets. No, Dylan gets kills, and that's definitely what he's doing. He's 5-1. Pickle Fork's 5-0. Wow. Everybody popping off for ICCU right now.
It just looks like Java's running around like chickens with their heads cut off. They have no idea where they're going. ICCU's playing as a team, and that's pretty obvious.
Yeah, Slipper Toad right now about the only positive member, and even then, he's only 4-6 right now for Java. But yeah, I mean, it's just so hard against a team like ICCU. They are so well put together. I mean, we saw Java earlier in a 1 game, their final game against the Grove Hotel, a similar result almost. It just feels like, you know, not every company is going to have as much time to, you know, get together. I'm sure ICCU, we saw their battle stations. Java, they're serving us espresso. They don't have time to, you know, pause their multiplayer game and fill you up a nice cup of joe. So I understand where the struggles might come from.
And I mean, we're seeing the same weapons used by the other teams. You know, that popular AK, the AK-47U, MP5. I don't think we'll see the FARR on this map.
Slipper Toad there with the Tundra. Can't quite find anyone. MP5 here for Quick Sonic. Unfortunately, the trophy system's going to take that grenade out of the air. Yeah, but the only interesting, we've seen a couple people do the XM4, the base AR, usually a decently strong weapon in a lot of Call of Duty games. So, yeah, you said, yeah, the XM4, the AK-74U, the MP5, that's going to be what ICCU is going to go with. They definitely know these games very, very well. And like I said, you don't try and reinvent the wheel. Don't try and get creative. Just play what the internet says is best, and you'll usually be pretty successful.
You know, I got to give it to both of these teams, though. They clearly had time to make their classes. You can see all the different camos on the guns right now. You got that full unlock, so you might as well use the ones that would be kind of tricky to get.
Yeah, we see right now Squish and Slipper Toad, decent score lines. Unfortunately, Big Chunk and Quick Sonic not as strong, but hopefully they can come back here. Right now, the score, though, definitely representative. Spades, we were talking about the best tip for beating ICCU, just avoid him. He's 23-5, but I will say Pickle Fork right now, 14-0. Definitely the longest kill streak we've seen on the night. Hit that 15-0.
Especially with that point right there out in the open. I don't know how Java is going to be able to come around and beat this ICCU team.
Hopefully they can at least at some point take down Pickle Fork. Never want to see a guy go without any deaths. Nice double snipe there from Slipper Toad. But the third one in on that trophy. Can't get the quick scope onto Dylan, get skills though, unfortunately. He's also going to pick off Big Chunk on top of the tank. I'm just waiting for somebody to take down Pickle Fork. It's like my goal in any game. If some guy doesn't have any deaths, I will hunt him down. I will throw myself at him to make sure that his KD at least has a 0 next to it. Squish gets 2. Unfortunately, can't find Waldo there. And Pickle Fork's... All right, at least he's on the objective. Like, he's kind of staying away from the objective, but no, he's still on the objective, trying to hold it down. 250 the winning score. Java nowhere close right now. Come on, somebody get Pickle Fork at least.
And Slipper Toad's just out there by himself, it looked like. I mean, I didn't see any of his teammates around.
No. Come on, get him. Yeah! All right. That's a victory in my book. Like I said, nothing against Pickle Fork, but I always root for at least them to make sure no one has 0 deaths. Spades right now, 30-7.
Wow. And he's clearly one of the stronger players on this ICCU team. They're all very strong players, but Spades is just in a world of his own right now, just absolutely mowing down members of this Java team.
Yeah, you see no one very close to positive right now. ICCU is going to pick up that first win there. I mean, and that'll happen, you know. I was worried that there might be some mismatches here, and I don't know of a team in the Valley, an organized team in the Valley. I'm sure you know some high schooler watching thinks he can get him and his 5 friends together and they'll take down ICCU. I don't know if there is an organized team in the Valley that could take down ICCU in Call of Duty. Their team, top to bottom, is just insanely talented.
Their rotations are on point. They're clearly communicating. I mean, they know exactly where the members on this Java team are. Like, some of them are turning a corner, pre-firing, and there's 3 kills right there. Like,
yeah. I mean, and like you said, it's just the communication. It's the, hey, there's 3 on the point, and they automatically know where to look. I mean, this is definitely a team that you know goes into these games, practices together. They are, like I said, incredibly strong. I took them on when Boise State and ICCU played to try and help out the Boise State squad, and unfortunately, it did just not work. Even I couldn't do enough to slow down ICCU. We came close. We almost beat them in team deathmatch, but in these CDL games, no chance at all. We see Waldo, Spades, Pickle Fork, Dylan gets kills, taking on Slipper Toad, Big Chunks, Squish. Big Papa Panda was in earlier for Java Express. Quick Sonic has stepped in. We said subs are available, and, you know, I'm sure with how Java's first game went, they probably would want to say, hey, you know, we able to maybe change things up. We can find any sort of way to take down ICC. You can't wait to see what map we're going to go to next. We've seen almost all of them except Miami.
I'm not sure we're going to see a Miami map here. I mean, maybe for that search and destroy, that might be a good map for that, but I'm honestly not sure we're going to see it at all.
Yeah, I really feels like when I play that map, I'm like, man, if I was an objective player, I would love this map. It is so coolly designed for it. But hey, you know what? We're going to throw rules out the window. I don't care what your CDL says. If you're playing Black Ops, you have to play Nuketown. It's Nuketown 84 Holiday. Could not have it any other way. Like I said, we've seen some players, you know, proximity mines, Maybe you've heard some reports of shotguns being used. I do not care. I am all for it. Quixotic gonna try and pre-fire around the corner. Gets one. Reload. Got a couple people turning around here. Members picked off. Squish getting a double kill for himself there. This be it. Java Express. They did it!
Oh.
They won a round! After what we just saw on Hardpoint, I was worried, but hey, they picked one up here on Search and Destroy.
Yeah, that strategy of staying with that back house there seemed to work for them. So that's definitely something that maybe they should replicate for these next couple rounds. Whatever it was, it worked.
Squish picking up 3 kills for the team. We'll see if that can carry forward at all. Of course, no quickscope, no kill streaks available, so he's not going to be able to turn that into a UAV like you would in a standard search and destroy match. Does look like he has pulled out the sniper. We'll see if he's able to do anything with it as we have swapped sides. Right over onto the bomb site. Pickle Fork going to get one. Dylan gets kills. We'll get another one. Bomb site already being planted here by Pickle Fork.
Man, there's just no one over there. Oh.
Spades gets 2 with the pistol. My goodness, gets taken out by a grenade. It's up to Big Chunks. Can he get one? Oh, no, he cannot.
I think we saw from Big Chunks earlier as well. It kind of seems like he might not have as good of a grasp as the other members on his team, but, you know, like you said, it's all for charity. It's just for fun. Might as well just see how it goes.
Spades picks up 2 with the pistol that round. That's incredible. And he's got the Tundra out. We'll see if he can get a headshot onto somebody. Slipper Toad's going to try and match him with the snipers as well. Going to try and peek. Oh! Too slow. 1 in the head.
Yeah, Spades really strong on that sniper.
Oh, gets another one. Looks like Quixotic went down to a grenade. And just like that, ICCU's picked up their 2nd straight round. First round might have been a fluke.
You know, they got one.
That's true. At least they got one. Like I said, I'm always rooting for everyone to at least have, you know, 1 death next to their name, 1 kill next to their name, and at least 1 round won. Spades got 1 off the rip, and he'll put 1 in Big Chunks as well. Like you said, very talented with that sniper. We'll switch sides, see if he wants to pull it out on this side. Squish. See if he wants to try and run it back with the sniper. I'm hoping he learned his lesson, though.
Yeah, if it's a 1v1 with Spades.
Tried for the jump shot there. He knows these maps really well. Oh, man. Dylan gets killed, gets 1. Quixotic trades it back and then goes down. At least, you know, Pickle Fork not 19-0. Big Chunks, last one alive. Can he find anyone? Camping, 2nd story, watching the bomb. They're behind him. Oh, man. Like you said, yeah, it might be a case of somebody just playing for a good cause. And I'm hoping he gets a kill at some point. I'm hoping we get to see it.
Yeah, ICCU just had the flank on that. I mean, they figured, hey, we came from that building. They're probably on the other side. This area is clear. Let's swap it up, and ended up behind him.
Spades once again with the sniper. See what he can do. See if anyone wants to challenge him on the side of Java. Slipper Toad's going to try.
Got that prone position there.
Oh,
just
Quixotic took it from him, though.
A little late there.
Quixotic beat him to the punch, then died to a grenade. We see here the team, it's 2 versus 2. Oh, Big Chunk goes down. It's up to Slipper Toad. 1 and 4 with the MAC-10. Can he clutch? Guy behind him. Gets around the corner. Doesn't have stim, unfortunately. Oh! I thought he had that.
Oh, man. Just a case of being a little bit off of your target. I mean, with that, I think he's using iron sights there.
Yeah, it looked like it. Oh, Pickle Fork was so low, too. Squish just needed to land 1 more hit on him. And it feels like a lot of these rounds have just been, if one more bullet landed, feels like Java might have been able to find a 2nd round. ICCU checking out all their cool camos. Spade apparently has been bullied off the sniper rifle. 1 death, and he has given up on it.
And we're seeing, I think, something we saw when ICCU played BSU. They have 2 that kind of stay back, and they have a few that come up and rush. It seems to be a strategy that really works for them.
Ooh, nice flank there. Yeah, it's just the. I would love to hear the ICCU comms and just what's going on, because it feels like they always know where somebody is. As we see Spades with the best play, just finds out Slipper Toad, immediately jumps down to big chunks. It just is so incredible that he, like I said, you mentioned it. They've got 2 rushing, they've got 2 holding back. I'm sure they're calling out on comms everyone's location. Match point for ICCU. We'll see if Java Express has another miracle round in their bag of tricks here.
I'm definitely pushing that middle zone there. I think Java might be a little hesitant. They want to try that house strategy again. I mean, we'll see how it goes.
Oh, Quixotic picks up 2. Squish gets 1. It's a 2-on-1. Waldo, the last man left alive for ICCU. He said both members of Java Express trying for that hide in the house strat.
They just have no idea where he is. Just this corner right here is a pretty good spot. I mean, I'm sure he knows that they're in the house there.
Yeah. No one. Looks like Quixotic has grabbed the bomb to try for the plant. Big Chunks, he just barely sees him. I don't think Big Chunks saw him, though. Waldo's going to spray him down. Relocates into a corner. Oh, thinking about the challenge. Slide shot. Oh. Double clutched it. If Quixotic would have just been shooting the whole time, would have taken him down, but double clutched it there. And so Waldo gets the play of the game here on the final round of Search and Destroy for ICCU.
No, it kind of goes to show how important those maybe pre-firing those corners when you know there might be someone there.
Yeah, I didn't see if they had a grenade. Grenade would have been a great use too. I don't think he had a trophy system down. So, you know, Java got 1 round. That's all that matters. At least they didn't get 6-0'd in Search and Destroy, and we'll go to Control, and we'll see where we've seen a lot of teams pick Garrison. I don't know for what reason. I know, like you said, it's one of your favorite maps, so maybe we'll see a Garrison here for Control, but Java is going to have their work cut out for them if they want to win and force us to a Game 4.
With the potentially newer player, they definitely want to pick a map that maybe would play towards that. Definitely not something complicated like the plane map, the name.
Checkpoint.
Checkpoint always escapes me. Something like Checkpoint where there's just so many angles. Maybe picking a map with a little bit more buildings, somewhere to hide.
Yep. Or Nuketown again.
Yeah.
Just run it back on Nuketown. Why not? We're going to Garrison, though. It's not required. Crossroads Strikes for the first map is required. Garrison for Control is not required. We've seen it played more times than not. We'll see if, Java did get to pick the map. We'll see if they've got something up their sleeve, but be tough sledding against ICCU here.
I mean, I'm just not sure Java can hold their own against this ICCU team. I mean, they are an absolute powerhouse. Right now, behind Pickle Fork and Spades, I mean, just unstoppable.
Yeah, we even saw Waldo get that 1v2 clutch at the end of Search and Destroy. So they'll start on A. Looks like Java over on B. No eliminations quite yet. You've got Pickle 4 going for the flank. Going to take down Quixotic for first blood there. And then Waldo, everyone using pistols for ICCU, and it's not mattering. They're still coming out on top.
I mean, this is, again, ICCU is a team where we've seen they have skill on a wide range of weapons. Clearly, that's not exempt of the pistols.
Yeah, they're just all using pistols, and they're still just... No one has died quite yet on ICCU. They have now, what are they? 7-0 as a team. Finally, Slipper Toad takes down Dylan gets kills. But right now, they're just camping Java Express in their own spawn. They don't even care about the control points. They're just going to run them through all of their respawns.
You can see all of their pistols have their attachments. So these are not just, oh, this'll do. It's, these are pretty, I'm pretty sure set classes that they've probably practiced on.
Oh yeah, they definitely have this all set up. Yeah, like you said, I mean, you go with CDL rules and you see what's banned, what's not banned, and you're like, okay, let me build my primary and make sure it has all the right attachments, and then you're just like, all right, I'll throw on the M1911, it's whatever, and you don't even think about putting on any attachments for your pistols. So yeah, Java Express right now, nice melee there, and ICCU just, time limit already runs out. Just pistols only, and they kind of just ran through Java.
I mean, that's a big feels bad, you know. Probably like, hey, in Gamcoms, pistols only, and ICCU up to the challenge, clearly.
Yeah, even against normal guns for Java, they just stood no chance. So we'll swap sides. We'll see if Java can do any better here. We'll see. It looks like ICCU, they've fully dedicated to the pistols only, which, you know, at least trying to give Java a fair shot here.
See, they kind of look like they're just spreading out at this point. I'm not sure if maybe they just supreme confidence that they're just going to crush this Java team, so...
So first blood. Spades taking down Quixotic with the pistols. Yeah, who needs an MP5 when you've just got a pistol with 14 shots in it, apparently?
I think pistols close range definitely can deal a wide amount of damage.
Just 3 in the head. I mean, these guys clearly are not only supremely talented with normal guns, they're just insane with pistols as well. Finally, Squish able to pick up 2. Waldo and Spades, they're going to silence that. Smoke grenade out as well to cover. Oh, I don't know. Slipper Toad, I don't know if he's going to have luck with that sniper. He got the MAC-10 out. That's not going to find success either, unfortunately.
Yeah, you see ICCU here, especially Pickle Fork just before, using that smoke grenade as cover as well as throwing that grenade. I mean, that's just, he's clearly thinking through what he's doing. Maybe this Java team is definitely struggling.
Pickle Fork couldn't take down Slipper Toad even though he snuck up on him. Neither can Quixotic as Dylan gets kills, gets one. Yeah, it's just, there's nothing that, even when they sneak up on him and they're only using pistols, there's just nothing they can do to this ICCU team.
No, I've never seen pistols used this deadly before. It's insane. It's crazy to watch.
Yeah, ICCU picks up another very quick round. This time they capture all of the zones. So 1 win away from our 3rd straight 3-0 victory here. And yeah, I don't even know if anyone on ICC used anything but a pistol here.
That's just insane. Perfect quick reload. Picks up 4 kills. Wow.
Yeah, just absolutely incredible. We'll see if Java can pull one out here. I mean, they have somewhat of an advantage since it's pistols only, but you see, I mean, no one on ICCU more than 3 deaths except for Dylan gets kills at 7 and 6, and then you see the scores for Java, unfortunately, just not very competitive right now, unfortunately.
I mean, I think that's to be expected with this ICCU team. I mean, I think most people at this point know they're really strong contenders. So, I mean, if this was bracket play, I would be shaking.
Yeah, I don't know who's going to give ICCU a run for their money. Big chunks. Oh, there it is. First kill of the game. Those are the ones we like to see the most.
He did it perfectly, too, there. Aim down sights, right on point.
Exactly. He was ready to go. It's ICCU getting a couple of kills here, starting to chip away at the KDs of ICCU, but unfortunately that might be short-lived success for them. Oh, nice little pick off by Squish. 8 and 10, definitely the best player on the team. Quixotic though, hey, there's one right back with the pistol. Give them a taste in their own money, I guess.
Looks like Squish is definitely probably the most talented player on this team right now. Everyone else kind of struggling, lagging behind a little bit. I mean, like I said, to be expected against this ICCU team, though. They are just absolutely full of talent. As you mentioned, I'd love to hear the comms. I'm sure the callouts are absolutely on point. They seem to be rotating through the map with ease.
Yeah, I mean, just you look at the score lines, you can see, and this is all with just pistols. You'd hate to see how bad it could be. Well, Spades, I guess, is swapped over. He's going to pull out the sniper finally. Got bored of using the pistols. Gets 2 right there. Pickle Fork gets another one. With an assist from Dylan, gets kills. And time running out. Looks like this one is all over. Respawn kills were actually pretty close that round. 11 respawns to 12. Unfortunately for Java, I think time is going to run out. Squish trying to hold it down. Gets Spades there. All right, he's positive. 13 and 11. Big chunk gets taken down. They all rush in, and ICCU is going to win on, it looks like time running out, but Java definitely in that final game gave them a run for their money.
I mean, we'd have a clear victory here, but I'd say Java picked it up a little bit, especially, you know, you got some wins, you got big chunks getting his kill.
Yeah, picked up a win on Search and Destroy. Definitely gave ICCU a little bit of a run for your money there on that final game of Control, but ICCU still victorious with a 3-0 victory there. Once again, I'll be shocked if any team, because it looked like from what I've seen, Grove Hotel was probably the second most talented team, and even they lost to ICCU on Thursday. So I'd be hard-pressed to see if there is a more talented team in this bracket or in the Valley than ICCU. They clearly have. I would love to know how much they practice their strategies and what their comms sound like, because it is just absolutely insane. Of course, just a reminder, this is all for Giving Games, which helping out the Idaho Food Bank. If you want to be a part of that, idahofoodbank.org/donate to join in on that. ICCU presenting the Giving Games, of course, and it's a ton of fun. Always great when you can play games for a good cause, and you know, always great when your ICCU is your event and you're undefeated right now.
You know, I'd like to see maybe some of these teams trying a different strategy. Obviously, that close combat with ICCU doesn't seem to be working out for anyone. So maybe trying some more long range, maybe sniping, maybe AR, maybe saying forget the point, let's just stay in our spawn, have them come to us. That might work. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I would love to see like an all-star team, like I've said, like an Itachi, a Blazem. Maybe Squish from Java. I know Grove Hotel, we saw them in just one game against Java. They seem to have a couple of talented players. But I would love to see if we could say, like, all right, let's take our best players from these 5 other organizations and throw them up against ICCU and see if they stand a chance. That might be the only way someone even takes just a map off them, let alone a game off of them, because they are incredibly talented. We'll see where we're going next. We might have just a quick peek in on a single game before we head off to our 4th series of the night. Looks like it's going to be Grove Hotel versus Peterson here. Just a quick little one-game peek into the action. Curious if it is going to be on Control or what map we're on and what game mode we're on. But I'll be curious. Grove Hotel looks pretty talented. Looks like we are on Search and Destroy, joining in progress. Already a 3-1 lead and a double quick scope for Grove Hotel right there. Pretty impressive.
I mean, I think you mentioned it earlier. Cold War definitely plays to that quick scope. So if you know what you're doing, if this is something that you like to do, definitely pull it out, because clearly it's just incredible.
I think he actually might have just killed all 4 members of Peterson there in that kill feed with the sniper. Grim Weepa, very impressive to say the least. Grove Hotel did end up winning that series. We just wanted to show off that highlight because that was insane. A 4-piece with a sniper and Search and Destroy. Yeah, that I'd love to see Grim Reaper. And I don't know, like I said, I didn't see what happened in the Grove Hotel versus ICCU event. I would love to see we could Grim Reaper, Itachi, Blazem, or maybe even Empirical, and then Slippy Toad from the Java team. I think maybe that team can maybe give ICCU a run for their money. Maybe.
You know, I think it's about, in that case.
All right, well, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with our 4th game of the night. We're going to see Grove Hotel, be able to see them in a full series final. They'll take on Agnetics after this short break.
Here in Idaho, we do things a little differently. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. Next, always use fry sauce. I mean, why wouldn't you? Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. We call it pop, not soda. We always put a lift on our pickups. And we always buckle up because we still have a lot we want to do, and I'm guessing you do too.
legendary parts for legendary wins.
Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your Guard adventure.
Back into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena, continuing on with our ICCU Presents Giving Games. 6 local companies taking each other on in a round-robin Call of Duty tournament. First time we're going to get to see Grove Hotel in a full game. They'll be taking on Ednetics. Fish and Esmar here calling all of the action. We've seen Grove Hotel in a one game against Java that we saw, and then we just saw Grim Reaper with a 4-piece sniper only in Search and Destroy against Peterson that we just had to show off. Of course, there's a ton of different games going on. We're making sure every team gets to play every single other team. We just don't have enough time for 12 games to be broadcast. We'd be here for hours on hours on hours, and you don't want your casters just falling asleep and forgetting what to say. So we're picking the best games, making sure everyone's on stream, and giving everyone a big shout out. And I'm going to be really curious to see, because I think Grove Hotel has looked like our second best team. I'm going to be curious how they do against Ednetics, because I was shocked to hear that ICCU dispatched them so easily, because Grove Hotel, they've all got the same names, as you can see right there. I love the pictures as well. Those are awesome. Of course, they've got a couple Grims, a couple Gwims. This looks like a team that I would have thought would have given ICCU a run for their money. They seem like the most organized of the teams besides ICCU, and even they got taken down by the Juggernaut. So I'll be curious to see how they do against Ednetics, and I can't watch to wait them in a full series and check them out.
Yeah, they look pretty strong in that Grim Reaper on that quick scope. I mean, maybe we'll see him pull that out here in this next game. I'd be interested to see how the other players on this team do. I mean, obviously, a lot of these teams are based around one really strong player, and then maybe some good players and maybe some not good players. So it'd be something to keep an eye out on.
Yeah, I cannot wait. It is going to be Grove Hotel versus Ednetics here. And we will start on Crossroad Strikes. That'll be our first map for every single series. It is going to be on Hardpoint. We'll then go to Search and Destroy and then Control. Then back to Hardpoint, Search and Destroy with Loser picking every single map. After that, full CDL rules. But hey, if someone wants to pull out a Nuketown, I'm not going to care at all. It's Nuketown. It's the most iconic Black Ops map. And if you think I'm wrong, fight me, because I know you're wrong. As we see right now, Ednetics starting off pretty strong there. Keys and Fear the Ginger getting 4 kills combined. Grove Hotel, maybe I talked him up a little bit too much.
You know, maybe Ednetics just needed that warm-up game, like you said earlier. I mean, maybe just one game to get your classes squared away, get used to the game styles, kind of figure out what you're doing. That way, in this next game, you come out pretty strong.
Okay, we see a team kill come out from Grove Hotel. It is realism mode, so there is friendly fire enabled. Grim Reaper does pick up one with the Tundra off screen. Kills right now starting to swap over as Grove Hotel starting to find their mojo, and they are also dominating on the hard point as it is being finally contested. 10 seconds left. Looks like Ednetics might be able to build some points up here in the final 8 before it rotates.
You got one strategy that you just saw right there, just laying prone on that point. Obviously, you might be playing a little bit of Ring Around the Rosie with that tank right there, but it's just, that point is just in such a bad spot.
It was kind of funny. Fear the Ginger couldn't get out the window in time, and it actually sort of enabled him to pick up a kill. Unfortunately, it did not do much after that. for him, as we see that looks like Ednetics did start on the hard point there for a little bit and then unfortunately lost it. All 4 members of Grove Hotel hanging around there. See if Fear the Ginger can pull a flank off. Nope, he cannot.
Like I said earlier, those line of sights are super important, and if you can get your team to just, hey, you pick a corner, and we'll just, crossfire, not a bad idea, especially when the point is in this room here.
Yeah, this is Grove Hotel pretty much dominating for the most part. Grim Reaper not on that sniper this time. Not a great map for sniping on for an objective game mode. Just TDM, I love this map for sniping across that little catwalk you can see right there, the bridge. But if you are unfamiliar, this is CDL rules, so there's no light machine guns, no tactical rifles. There's also some perks that have been banned, and a majority of the field upgrades that are not the trophy system have also been banned. So no field mic, no proximity mine, stuff like that. So definitely limits the number of OP crazy classes. Also no kill streaks as well. And right now, Grove Hotel, Grim Streaker picks up a nice little 3-piece multi-kill on a 5-kill streak overall before he finally, no, has not even been taken down yet, using the MAC-10. Not a gun we've seen a lot of people using so far today.
Yeah, that's an interesting option. The rate of fire is super high. It's kind of interesting. Doesn't look like it has many attachments on it either. You did mention everyone using that trophy system. I mean, I think they are also allowed to use the the ammo box, but that is not something that I think is very strong in these objective-based games here.
No, trophy system just has so many uses with, I mean, no C4, but still frag, semtexes, flash, stun grenades, all that stuff. Being able to just take those out, just incredibly strong. Maybe, I guess, if you're a guy like Grim Squeaker and you go on like a 10, 15 kill streak like we saw Pickle Fork do, then you're like, okay, man, I could really use an ammo box right now. I don't have enough ammo. But you just throw down trophy system on the point like we saw just there. It's going to be so hard for the enemy team to siege you down with grenades because they're just all going to get shot away by that trophy system.
Ready to go.
And that's another really difficult area to defend, just absolutely wide open.
Ooh, Grim Squeaker. Trying to join Grim Weepa with the sniper rifle action there. Cannot find it. Still with that MAC-10. Grove Hotel starting to pull away here with this last hard point that is so hard to get to if you get the angles held down.
Unfortunately, I think we said earlier, this would be a great map to use some shotguns on. I'd really like to see a launcher. I think that's a great strategy, minus the CDL rules, so.
Yeah, I understand why launchers are banned. Shotguns do kind of surprise me. I don't know if the shotguns in this game are as strong. Of course, anyone who played in the final days of Modern Warfare before Cold War came out, we'll remember the fire shotguns and just how much heartache and headache that caused people. They aren't that strong in this game. I think the Gallo SA-12 has its moments for sure. But yeah, I'd love to just get a shotgun out. You just charge in on that tank. You're going to clear that thing out pretty quickly. So love to see those. I'm sure Ednetics would too, as they've finally gotten onto the hard point, but they are down by about 50 points right now.
The CDL rules bring in something different and something really interesting, because usually camping these points, you want to set up maybe proximity mines, claymores, maybe use some of the other perks, but you're not able to use any of those. So it's all just gunfight, close combat.
A lot of importance put on gun skills. So now, nice thing is it is a custom game. Everything is unlocked for everyone. All of the guns, all of the attachments. Some attachments are banned though, but we don't need to get into the nitty gritty. I will just say that it is nice to be able to set up your class. Maybe use something like the FFAR, something that you might not have unlocked with all the attachments. Is Cold War definitely has a much more grindy progression system in terms of weapon levels. As Fear the Ginger gets a nice pick there, going for the flank around, gets another one as well. And there are moments for Ednetics, especially from Fear the Ginger and Keys, as they're going to hop onto the point. Unfortunately, could not get that trophy system out of time. It's a double frag grenade kill for Grip Cheek.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot more communication here. A really stark difference from that last game we watched with Java. The teams kind of seem more clustered together, definitely going after those points.
See hard points about to rotate in 13 seconds. Now it'll appear on the map. You see that Grim Reaper and his teammate Grim Squeaker have all rotated over. Catch, who looks like it is a sub for Ednetics. Don't remember him from our first game we saw from them trying to rotate over. But seeing when those hard points spawn, knowing when to rotate over, going to give you a huge advantage. For the Ginger cannot win that gun battle, and unfortunately, Ednetics going to have to try and regroup here.
Oh, that feels bad. Kind of one of those Looked like on my screen I had him, but I guess I just didn't.
Yeah, you see the trophy. Once you get the trophy system set up in a room like this, so hard to be able to get those flash and stun grenades in. Gwim Quacka gonna go down though. There's Gwim Weepa to follow him back up, but a nice double Semtex. Unfortunately for Koch, the people he killed were his 2 teammates.
Oh, and that's another CDL rules, and friendly fire is on. So don't walk in front of your teammates or, you know, spook them around a corner.
Yeah, I think we've seen a couple times today where someone, you know, will just walk in front of their teammate trying to get a kill, and then they just get gunned down as well. Ednetics, though, has finally hopped onto the point right before it is going to rotate. It rotates very close, so you can see they do know where the next one is. They can hold this down. They can maybe catch back up. Double trophy system already coming out. Unfortunately, got to win those gun battles, or those trophy systems aren't going to do anything.
That's tough when he just walked right out into the open. I mean, I know there's no mount in Cold War, but you either lay prone or get close to the box. I mean, it's just too much open space to take that chance.
Keys gets in there, does get one, but Gwim Reaper with a nice spot is going to be able to take him out. Playing a 250, looks like Grove Hotel has gotten this one in the bag. See if Ednetics can at least challenge them a little bit here. Hardpoint no longer controlled as they do get all wiped out. Keys playing a big role. Unfortunately, Orange Aloe, also one of the new players for Ednetics, not able to help him out.
I mean, flat jacket would be so important here in these games too, since you see so many, you know, grenades being thrown onto the point. If you don't have that trophy system available, you're definitely going to want flak jacket.
Screecher with the MAC-10. Not a gun we've seen too many people use, but he said high rate of fire. Does quite a lot of damage in these close corridor situations if you can catch somebody off guard like he did. And he absolutely put in a ton of work for his team. And Grove Hotel going to go up 1-0 here. We'll go to Search and Destroy. And Nanix with the map pick. And you know what? Let's just go back to Nuketown. It's a great map. I have no complaints with it, even if the CDL rules say that I'm not allowed to see it.
Yeah, it's tough to say what these teams are going to choose. Like I mentioned before, they might want to pick a map with maybe more rooms, more places to hide. I mean, it brings into question maybe Miami. I'm not a big fan of Miami, but you have so many buildings, a lot of places to hide. It's a huge map. I think it just left a bad taste in everybody's mouth from TDM, unfortunately.
Oh, there it is! Just like that. Final map we haven't seen. I think you're right. I know a lot of people have had a number of complaints about this map, but it really does feel like a map designed around objectives first, and then they're like, hey, this map sounds like it'll be good for TDM, and it's not big enough for ground war, so let's just throw it in. So yeah, I'll be curious. The A bomb site, definitely interesting. I thought they'd both be in hotels, but no, the A bomb site out over on the beach there. Definitely a very interesting one as we see Ednanix with the bomb first over on that B side for the main part. They got to be careful with Grim Reaper there. He's going to get gunned down immediately.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if anyone pulls out a sniper here. Like I said before, this is a big map. Definitely sniper favored in TDM. Not quite sure how it'll fare in this objective-based game.
Yeah, saw Gwim Reaper trying to snipe. Could not pull it off. Grim Squeaker still with that MAC-10 and the Tundra. Bomb has already been planted by Ednantic, so they definitely have come out firing in this game mode. B right underneath him. There's one miss with the sniper, unfortunately. That point fully protected. MAC-10 going to try and spray down Catch. Not able to get him. Grim Cheeker now going to go for the flank. Grim Squeaker does take down one. You got to look to your right. Oh, man, Ednantics was ready to go there. They had everything set up defensively, and they pick out a round 1 win here.
Yeah, I think it's just non-negotiable on this map. Iron sights is incredibly difficult. I feel like you have to have a scope, and I'm surprised we haven't seen that many people, you know, sticking to that sniper class.
Yeah, I know Grim Chica tried to pull it out, but he's stuck with the MAC-10, which is, yeah, no iron, or with iron sights and as a submachine gun, not going to do much from long range. So we'll see now with the round swapping what the Grove Hotel wants to do, and it looks like they're setting up to rush towards A. I'll be curious if Agnantix is ready for it.
You know, that A spawn is right next to a popular building to camp in TDM. It offers pretty good cover. I believe you can get on the side of the roof. And it's also right next to that boat. You got some pretty good lines of sight there. Unfortunately, the beach besides that is pretty wide open.
Yeah, you could see, look like one of the snipers for Grove Hotel trying to scout out that building you were talking about, see if anyone was there. Gwim Quacka going to put some damage out, but nothing too crazy. Nice flank there. Fear the Ginger just sneaks up behind Gwim Weepa, getting the first kill of the round for Ednantix, who definitely has come alive here in Search and Destroy. You can see Fear the Ginger, actually, if he looks behind him, would be able to take down Grim Chica, who finds him out on the map there. And now the bomb being planted, smoke grenade being used as well. So it's going to put some pressure here on Ednantix. They're all going to see, there it is, the quick rotate over. Grim Quacka gets taken down, so it's a 3v2.
This is definitely a harder map to flank on, just because it is so big. If you have one maybe member of your team who wants to take that time to rush all the way around, that might work. But it just takes so much time, and you run the risk of running into that 1v4 situation.
Cheeker in a 1-on-2, makes it a 1v1. Bomb is down. Only has to survive for so long because the bomb diffuser has to come out. Unfortunately, Orange Alloy probably took too long of a route. I don't even know if he's going to get to the bomb in time. He is sprinting his heart out. Not going to make it there. That was a flank that probably needed to be done about 10 seconds earlier.
Yeah, like I mentioned, this map is huge, so that the flank really needs to be pulled off with some precision, maybe some more communication on that on their part.
Yeah, they had a 1v2 with the bomb. They easily could have just bum rushed it, but unfortunately for Ednantix, not quite the round 2 they wanted. So we'll see now with them attacking again what their decision is. Last time they rushed B, got set up around it pretty quickly. I'm curious how Grove Hotel wants to defend this as well. Looks like everybody's going to B right now.
I think B is definitely the easier point here. And I think it was mentioned earlier, I feel like a strategy for this map, going for that harder point first, or maybe the easier point first. I mean, this isn't a game mode I play that often, and so it's kind of tough. I definitely need to communicate with the team where you're going to be going here.
Ooh, Grim Cheeker picks up 2, absolutely changes the round. Went from a 1v3 to a 1-on-1, just like that. So just Fear the Ginger, Grim Cheeker. Map tied at 1 aside here. Bomb is in between them. Fear the Ginger might be able to sneak up and grab the bomb. See Grim Cheeker holding it down. Fear the Ginger trying to find out where he is. Debating if he wants any of his laundry done as well by Soap and Suds Laundry. Oh no, he peeked him. I don't know if Grim Cheeker saw him though.
Doesn't look like he saw him. It's right across the way. Yeah, he can hide behind that bomb. See if he gets rushed.
Oh, 1 bullet goes past. He knows he's there now. Fear the Ginger not in a great spot. Grenade goes out. Avoids the van explosion. Gonna run him on a cat and mouse chase here. Doubles back. Might be able to pull this one off. Grim Cheeker not going for the kill. He's actually going to appear right to his right, I think. Just coming down to the wire.
That's difficult. Another portion of this map, the reason why I don't like it, it's just so dark.
Yeah, the lighting in this map is sometimes incredibly frustrating. Does look like Grim Cheeker's going to get the fuse off. I mean, I think Fear the Ginger was in the perfect spot. It was just came down to a gun battle, and unfortunately for Ednantix, Grove Hotel just a little bit quicker on the trigger. That was huge, by the way. That went from that was in a 1v3. That double kill right there guaranteed that Grove Hotel at least had a chance in the round.
That's the danger with grouping up so closely behind one object. I mean, it only takes one good line of sight, one person who knows what they're doing to take out some members of this team. And because it's only 4v4, that can be pretty dangerous.
Grim Cheeker right now, we're talking about having a player you want to play around 6-1, 6 kill streak. Currently pushing on the opposite side from his team. You can see 5, 7, and 8 on the map down there for Grove Hotel, all around B. Grim Cheeker trying to watch that A site, but the rest of his team not with him. Grenade goes out. Koch gonna try and retreat here. Doesn't look like any team too interested in pushing down this hallway. Oh! One shot just misses. Koch got to get away. Should be able to. And you see Grim Cheeker now rotating over his Fear the Ginger. First elimination of the round, and now things starting to fall apart for Ednantix.
Have you see them getting rid of those trophy systems, and I think Grove Hotel definitely has the uphanded advantage in terms of gunfight skills.
It's always a disappointing thing for, I think that was Orange Alloy, who came out of that hotel bar and just saw the scope glare of a sniper, and you're like, oh, please help me. And he immediately goes prone and crawls back in. Always not a sight you don't want to see. And Grove Hotel, after that first round, we saw this with Java and ICCU. Sometimes the underdog picks up a quick, cheeky win on a map that maybe the other team wasn't expecting, and then things start to settle in as normal.
You see, I believe Grove Hotel here. I think almost all of them have scopes on their weapons. I mean, like I said before, this is definitely something that you want for this map because of how dark it is. Not sure where thermals fall on the CDL rules, but, you know, maybe running overkill with a thermal weapon as well as maybe like an MP5 might be a good strategy here.
I think grenade from Grim Squeaker was interesting. I don't know what he was trying to do. I don't know if it got stuck. Grim Reaper going to go for the flank. Ooh, gets one. Does he have two? No, he does not. Unfortunately, could not get that quick scope off. So Ednetics right now sitting in a nice 3v2. Unfortunately, going to walk right into Grim Quacka, who couldn't quite finish off Orange Alloy. Going to grenade him out. Bomb has been planted, and Grim Quacka might have bit off more than he could chew. But it is down to a 1v1. Him and Grim Cheeker doing a great job picking him off.
I mean, that's the other thing that you have to worry about here is you can't be too hasty with your trigger finger. You don't want to accidentally kill one of your teammates in a friendly fire situation.
And as you just mentioned right there, I mean, Grove Hotel in terms of just 1v1 gun skill feels like just a little bit better than Ednetics, as we see right there. Grim Cheeker with another 1v1 clutch, this time against Orange Alloy, and Grove Hotel sitting up 4-1 right now.
You know, if I was Ednetics, I'd maybe work on that flank. It's clear that Grove Hotel is going for these objectives. So maybe just going for those kills instead of worrying about the objective game.
Yeah, the objective can be a little bit baity, and then of course you're forced to protect it, so you have to always stay in that location because you go too far away for a flank like we saw earlier. You run out of time, or you're going to just allow for an easy defuse. By the way, Grim Cheeker right now 10-1 on a 10 kill streak. Ednetics probably thanking their lucky stars that kill streaks are disabled right now because he could have a whole host of them.
Hoping to see some quick scopes from Gwim Weepa here. Like we saw in that last game, he hasn't had any luck so far besides that one. So maybe he can double it up here.
He's getting shot at across the roadway there from Fear the Ginger. Unfortunately, it just took a little too long to find out where he was shooting from. So first blood goes over to Ednetics, and a good little place to start.
I think it's always a little risky to be in that crouch position because most people, I feel, aim for that midsection of the body. It is the biggest part of a person, rather than those headshots. So if you're at crouch level, you are right at that headshot zone for someone who might be aiming towards the middle.
Smoke grenade out onto the bomb. Looks like it will be planted here by Grim Squeaker. He's flanking behind him. Bomb does get planted though. Grenade does come out, and Grim Squeaker barely survives. 53 HP. Now it's up to Ednetics to rotate over in a 2-on-3.
Looks like he has good line of sight on these last members of Ednetics. See if they can pull it out.
Grim Squeaker with one of his own. Yeah, I don't even think anyone from Ednetics knew where Grim Cheeker was hiding over in those boats. 1v2 here. Can Orange Alloy get the clutch? He gets one. Has to reload. He's got Grim Squeaker hiding by the bomb.
Ooh, tricky prone right there.
Going for the defuse. Got to rush him. Oh! Took way too long.
Wonder why he waited so long on that rush if he knew he was defusing the bomb.
Yeah, usually you can hear the bomb being diffused ever so slightly. I don't know if he thought it was a bait or what. I mean, with the bomb planted, you can risk dying. As long as the bomb goes off, your team still wins. So definitely an interesting strategy there from Grove Hotel. I think they should have probably found that round. We'll see if that misplay can open things up for Ednetics to maybe make this a bit of a series here and get their third win. All out B rush. Once again, Ednetic's favorite bomb site. You can definitely tell they'd rather set up around B. They'll have the advantage. 2 members of Grove Hotel rotating over towards A. Smoke grenades going out. Going to allow Grimsqueaker to sneak past. I think Fear the Ginger saw him. Yes, he did. Doesn't. Oh, gets a couple shots on the head. In a sniper battle, unfortunately, that's not going to work out as Grim Reaper gets one of his own. And Ednetics right now in a 3v2. See if they can get onto the bomb. Orange Alloy and Grim Reaper holding each other down. Oh, man.
Even with those members of the Grove Hotel heading over to A, I mean, Grove Hotel just outgunned Ednetics.
Yeah, and that's the other thing in a game of like Search and Destroy that I've been very guilty of, where your team has a plan. Like, hey, we're all rushing B, and then, you know, you see, like we saw, I think Fear the Ginger, he sees Grim Squeaker sitting over in a corner. He's like, oh, I can take this guy out, make it a 4v3, but then you leave your team behind. They're expecting you to be there and hold down an angle, and then everything can just sort of fall apart. So communication and sometimes not trying to thirst those extra kills that you think might win you the round go a long way in a mode like Search and Destroy. So Grove Hotel on match point. See if Ednetics can get a 3rd win here. They've gotten a couple of sneaky rounds. Grim Reaper running up by himself. He's right to the right. He's going to put one in the dome of catch and get the first blood.
Just took a little too long to see him, and maybe it might have something to do with that, the dark lighting in the map.
Smoke grenade goes off, so Keys is going to wait for it. That allows a bomb plant, but he's going to walk right into him. So first kill for Ednetics. He's got 2 members staring him down. Tons of grenades going out. Going to sneak under the stairway there. I don't think anyone saw him. He's going to go for the cheeky defuse. Might be able to pull it off.
I don't know if anyone was in that top floor above that.
Oh, I think they got him. He was so close. Cameras jumped away from him, but yeah, I think he might have been able to. I would love to have seen how close he was to that defuse.
Oh, there you go.
Barely saw him.
Yeah, that nameplate giving it away right there.
That's when you got to have your smoke grenade of your own and smoke out that. Quarter second is what production said. A quarter second away from finishing the defuse.
Ah, feels bad.
He hesitated just a little bit, too. He's like, should I just go for the defuse? I mean, the split-second decision sometimes in these games can come back to cost you. I don't know if it would have been enough for Ednetics to rally. I mean, I know in our first series of the day, we saw Go Out Local trailing 5-2 in Search and Destroy and then come all the way back, so maybe it's a possibility. But a quarter of a second too late, and Grove Hotel now goes up 2-0. We go on to Control. I'd have to just assume Garrison, because that's what every team's picking.
I mean, yeah, Garrison seems to be the favorite right now for that Control map. Not sure why, with kind of, I think we talked about earlier, that awkward point right out in the open in that long hallway on the right. So I guess, ooh.
It's Garrison.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I mean, I could see not wanting to go back to Crossroads Strikes. You probably don't want to play on a map you just lost on, but I mean, I would have thought Cartel. Cartel would be my pick if I was playing on one of these teams that had lost. I really think Cartel is my favorite map, and it feels like that there's not enough cover to where you can kind of set up and defend a point. So we'll go to Garrison once again. Grove Hotel trying to pick up another 3-0 victory. We saw them finish out Java on Garrison about an hour or so ago. Just the one map sneak peek, and right now teams trading back and forth pretty evenly to start things off.
Yeah, it looks like they're all kind of converging in that middle space right now. Definitely that room right there is where you'd want to be, maybe by that tank. This is a map that's small enough. If you wanted to try that flank, it definitely might go in your favor.
Yeah, and it took me forever to even know that you could get underneath where we saw Grim Reaper get taken out moments ago. Teams continuing to trade back and forth. Grim Squeaker might have a flank, but a grenade's going to end that hope. And Ednetics setting up pretty well here. They've taken decent control of B, but a double kill grenade's going to stop them in their tracks. And it looks like Fear the Ginger is going to see that. He's going to rotate over to A all by himself, put a trophy system up there, maybe try and get the zone for his team.
Definitely looks like they're looking for him across that way. Oh, and just outgunning that 2v1.
Yeah, unfortunately for Ednetics, respawn's also starting to go against them. 4 respawns less than Grove Hotel right now, trying to capture point B. Not able to find it. Key's going to try and go back in. Orange Alloy going to be able to get a kill. Grim Speaker takes down his teammate, though. Gets another one with the MAC-10. Zone B relatively close for Adnetics to capture here, but they got to be worried about those respawns starting to run out here. Trying to spray through the walls. Hey, gets him with the knife. First knife kill of the evening.
Yeah, the knife is extremely lethal if you can get that close quarter, maybe like what we just saw around a corner. Kind of prevents that panic, no ADS shooting.
Adnetics got to rely here on grabbing point A. You can see in respawn numbers, they are trailing by a decent margin, 12-5. I make that 12-4, and you can see that Grove Hotel is in complete control of A right now. Grim Cheeker on a 5-killing spree. So unfortunately for Adnetics, they're going to have to find a sneaky way in to that A site. Flash grenade goes out. No one able to follow it up though.
Oh.
Fortunately, just had a teammate to bail him out. And this looks like it could be a respawn game as you see Adnetics now out of remaining respawns. They're going to have to go 4v12.
Jeez. Yeah, it's not looking great for Adnetics. They're kind of just, I think they're all back close to their spawn right now.
2 members left. Grove Hotel still sitting on a nice, healthy 10 respawns. Unfortunately, Orange Ally with what would have been the clutch of the century, not able to pull it off. And Grove Hotel going to win on respawns here and put themselves up 1-0 on control.
You know, in TDM, that's a great space to just throw in a C4, usually pick up 1 or 2 people just camping in that room. Kind of doing what we're seeing right now, just laying prone, maybe picking a corner. So you gotta watch that behind on the opposite side of the bridge.
Yeah, that's the one thing with more teammates in like a 6v6 mode. You can usually have someone flanking up the stairs as well, but when it is just 4v4, it's a lot harder to have all of those angles held down. So we'll swap spawns. We'll see if Grove Hotel able to pick up their second victory. Adnetics gave them really a run for their money for about the first half of this map. Respawns were really even, and then unfortunately Adnetics kind of threw themselves at unlocking B. Smoke grenade gonna go out. Grim Cheeker will jump underneath, and he'll get first blood there onto Orange Alloy. Ooh, didn't even know he was there. There's a lot of like sneaky spots on Garrison that you can get that, you know, when you first play this map, you're like, huh, I didn't even know about that. And then after you get killed there, you're like, oh, that makes total sense. And then you pull it off and you're like, wow, I don't know how I never knew about this.
Yeah, maybe Adnetics just needs to switch it up a little bit. I know those spots you're talking about, a lot of players just don't think to look there, like on those boxes right in the middle. Maybe underground in the middle. That's another spot that we haven't really seen a lot of these players use. Just something different, because I feel like they're just throwing themselves at the zone and it's not really working out.
Keys gets one nice flank. Unfortunately, Grim Reaper with the headshot onto him. And this time Grove Hotel playing the objective game. Looks like they're gonna get B. So now it is up to Adnetics to hold down A. Potentially win on respawns or in time. Keys with a nice little flank there up on those crates. No one there, unfortunately, to pay off his savviness.
Just sitting in the corner here. That's frustrating in a TDM game. But in this objective-based game, I think it's kind of justified because you never know. You don't have those spy planes to know where these teammates are. It's only 4v4, and Search doesn't have any respawns. I think they're playing Control.
Yeah, they have some limited
so they still have
respawns.
limited, yeah.
You can see Adnetics starting to fall behind, 15-11. If time does run out, which it will tick down in a river, someone's not contesting the control spot, it will be whichever team has the most respawns remaining. So Grove Hotel with a couple of win conditions. Adnetics got to keep throwing themselves at this point. Unfortunately, to a similar result for the Ginger. Oh, nice pick there on to Grim Cheeker, and it looks like Adnetics going to be able to set up here to defend this zone. Oh, walked right past it. Somebody's not using Ninja, which is crazy to me. I can hear them tromping around like an elephant, as you mentioned earlier. It's a great comparison, by the way. That's truly how you feel without Ninja.
It's just so absolutely loud. I mean, I don't understand why you wouldn't use Ninja. Especially if you have something like these CDL rules, you have everything unlocked, you can use that perk greed to have double the perks.
Yeah, the only wild card banned by CDL is Danger Close, which just lets you spawn with maximum grenades and maximum ammo. So I don't know why you would ever want to run anything but perk greed. It's something that I use a ton.
I have to say, I definitely prefer Danger Close. I have Danger Close on the majority of my Cold War classes. It's just nice to have all your stuff all at one time.
Yeah, they're definitely here where, like, I mean, Danger Close, the very first wild card you unlock, you have it for almost 12, 13 levels without being able to get anything else. And there definitely are times, as Fear the Ginger, by the way, picks up a triple kill there on a 4-kill streak. Trying to bring his team back, as Grove Hotel actually only has run out of respawns. Ednetics has 3, so Ednetics has put together a nice little rally here. Now we have 2 left. They've still got to be careful
to see if they can outgun Grove Hotel. I mean, that seems to be their biggest issue here. Kind of seems like they've got the map down a little bit. Just got to get those gunfights.
Ooh, both teams out of respawns now. It is a 2v4 for Grove Hotel. Grim Reaper and Grim Quacka. Unfortunately, Grim Quacka gets meleeed down. It's just up to Grim Reaper. He's in a 1v3. If he captures this point, he wins. Gets 1. Can he reload? Second one around the corner.
Oh.
No! Don't know what it... I guess it was Grim Reaper. Should have known. He had the sniper as his main. Maybe if he could have gotten to a better spot, he might have been able to pick that one off. But Ednetics here with a nice little win on Control, their first of this mode.
That's a great pickup for Ednetics. They seem to have everything kind of go in their favor this last match. And we'll see if they can kind of use those same things for this next one.
They were the only team that did not have a win on Thursday. They were sitting at 0-2. Everyone else was at 1-1 besides ICCU, who was at 2-0 in the round robin format. And it definitely looks like Ednetics, I don't think they'll be able to pick up their first win here per se. They of course have to win 2 more Control maps, then go back to Hardpoint and back to Search and Destroy. But it is nice to see them at least pick up 1 round of Control. Definitely seems like a couple of their subs they have brought in have given this team a spark, as it looks like Fear the Ginger going to pick up where he left off. Gets a nice little 2 kills there to kick things off in this game.
Yeah, definitely Fear the Ginger holding his own here. Seems to be one of the better players on this team. Definitely making that difference in some of these gunfights.
You can see him right now, 16-3. Grim Reaper's going to miss on the first quick scope. Pulls out the Diamati. Going to be able to pick up 1. Got a guy behind him. Wants to see if he can find Grim Alloy. Key's going to put one in his head. Stop him from turning around and sniping him. It looks like Ednetic's pretty close here to just capturing B. Last time this happened, they kept throwing themselves at the point and lost a ton of respawns, but they're going to pick it up, and we might have a game on our hands here. We're back over to A with Ednetics with a 3 respawn advantage.
No, I really think Ednetics has kind of worked out whatever strategy they were going. Maybe they're doing better on their comms. Maybe they've kind of got this rotation down. They don't seem to be as frantic, just throwing themselves at the points.
They've got the brief respawn lead, but it does look like Grove Hotel is holding down this A location pretty soundly right now. Catch able to pick up 1. So, I mean, Ednetics keeps trading 1 for 1. They will end up being the victor on respawns like we saw last round. So they're in a pretty healthy spot right now. They've got to be careful they don't throw themselves to the point too often. Fear the Ginger trying for the flank. Has Grim Reaper caught out. He's also got a guy behind him. Unfortunately, can't get him.
And that's what I hate about Iron Sights. I feel like you just can't get that good line of sight on someone, especially when they're farther away from you.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ednetics keeps throwing them in. You don't need to get A at this point. If you give A over to Grove Hotel, they can't do anything with it. So it would come down to a time thing. So I think, you know, the correct play might have been the boring play, but just hide out, force them to come to you because you were winning on respawns at one point. Now they're down by 1. Still a very close game, but they've just got to be a little bit more careful about where they're going. There's no need right now to push into A. It will not do you anything but just force you to lose a bunch of lives.
You know, that says something about stat management. Being able to look at the things on your screen besides just your character, your point of view, knowing how many respawns you have, the points, looking at your mini-map, things like that. Because, I mean, hopefully they don't give this away here.
Yeah, they're starting. I mean, respawns are pretty close. Unfortunately, they just keep running into Grim Squeaker, who's holding it down with his MAC-10. Finally gets taken out. Grim Reaper's going to get one back, though. 2 respawn advantage for Grove Hotel. Make it 3. Time is going to expire here. It looks like just 3 seconds left, no respawn. So unfortunately, Ednetics, as you mentioned, Esmar, just did not manage resources properly. They had a way to where, yes, it's boring. Yes, it's probably no fun, and it would be fun to cast at all. But you're up and it respawns. It does not. You've already captured 1 point. There is no shame in hiding in your spawn and forcing the other team to come to you and just slowly winning on a timeout.
Unfortunately, maybe besides ICCU, I don't know if a lot of these guys play these game modes. They're not something that when you say, oh, hey, I'm going to get on Call of Duty later.
Yep.
Like, most people are talking about TDM, not really Search and Destroy, Control, or Hardpoint.
Yeah, especially with the new season coming out as well for Cold War, syncing up everything. So Warzone, Modern Warfare, Cold War, all the levels are now identical. The new Warzone map coming out. Yeah, I guess could be one where this is a really cool game mode. It's one of the newer game modes, at least one of the game modes that I hadn't heard of before with Cold War coming out. I know Fire Squad Dirty Bomb is the other one that they've sort of pushed. And you're right. I think guys, like you said, hey, let's play some Call of Duty now. Let's play some TDM. Let's play some Warzone. It might not be things like Control, so you just be in a situation where you're like, oh, I just got to get as many kills, and it's not, well, if we just hide out on the point, we just win here. So yeah, I think you're right. It's just one of those where CDL rules, not always what the average player is all about.
Yeah, I know I'm definitely guilty of that. When I say, hey, let's go play some Call of Duty, I'm talking usually Warzone or TDM. An unproportional amount of hours put into those two rather than playing these objective-based game modes.
As we've seen the last 2 times, Ednetics with an early lead. Grimchica's going to mow down 1, make it 2 with an assist from Grimsqueaka. And it looks like Grove Hotel setting up pretty nicely here to capture point B. 2 ticks down, very, very close to a 3rd one. They'll pick it up, and we'll see now if Grove Hotel can do what Ednetics could not do and secure point A, come out victorious here and win this series 3-0.
Yeah, Grove Hotel's put on a really strong showing here. I mean, they've proved that they can master those gunfights. They have some pretty strong players on their team. They're definitely outplaying Ednetics.
Oh yeah, if I would have been in Ednetics or anyone playing Grove Hotel besides ICCU, and I see that all these guys have same names, you know, the unofficial Grim clan tag in all of their names, I'd have been like, oh man, we are in for a world of hurt, because you know that these guys probably play a ton together. Probably our 2nd best team, and they're going to win here on capturing the points. They're going to... Ednetics had like 1 or 2 rounds every mode on Hardpoint, Search, Destroy, and Control where they popped off, but they just couldn't put it in consistently like Grove Hotel would, and that's why they're the 3-0 winners here in this series. Reba with his nice best play. Pretty dang good with the sniper. Probably the best player with the sniper rifle all day. And no offense to Spades, but he didn't make nearly as many plays as we saw Grim Reaper do.
Especially with that quick scope there.
Yeah, I know a lot of players really glad that, at least from the beta, what I had heard is that quick scoping's back. I've seen it from time to time here and there. Personally, I've been more of a fan of the M82, the old school Barrett 50 caliber, the quicker firing one, no bolt action involved, doesn't always headshot, doesn't always one shot though, but it's nice to just go bang bang as opposed to getting a hit marker and then having to try and bolt quickly. Of course, this is all part of ICCU's Giving Games, helping out the Idaho Food Bank. If you want to join a part of that, go check them out, idahofoodbank.org/donate to get in on the giving. We've got 1 series left here. It's going to be Ednetics taking on Go Out Local. We'll see if Ednetics, who we've seen quite a few times on the stream today, can find their 1st series victory, unfortunately getting 3-0'd by both Peterson and the Grove Hotel. So hopefully Ednetics, seems like maybe some of their subs, they did not have those against Peterson, might be able to do enough to beat Go Out Local, but we will have to see. Of course, that is our last series. Maybe we'll have a quick sneak peek in one of the series. We'll have to find out, because we've had a ton of fun. It's been a ton of Call of Duty action. It's been nice we've been able to see every team at least once on the stream today. Well, you know what? It's been a long day as well, so I don't blame them. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to be back. Final series of the night, Ednetics taking on Go Out Local here as part of Giving Games with Idaho Central Credit Union. That last series of the night coming up after this short break.
Here in Idaho, we do things a little differently. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. Next, always use fry sauce. I mean, why wouldn't you? Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. We call it pop, not soda. We always put a lift on our pickups. And we always buckle up because we still have a lot we want to do, and I'm guessing you do too.
Legendary parts for legendary wins.
Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
Welcome back into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. It's our final series of the night here in the Idaho Central Credit Union's Giving Games Call of Duty Tournament. Ednetics taking on Go Out Local. Really rooting for Ednetics here, trying to pick up their first victory. We've seen them get 3-0'd a couple times here on the stream. Would love to see them wrap things out here with a victory. I am Michael Fisher, been joined by Savannah Esmar Temple, calling all of the action here today. We're going to start on Crossroads Strikes. We know that on Hardpoint we'll go to Search and Destroy and then Control potentially one final time, and then maybe we'll have a Game 4 and Game 5. We have not seen that all day. Every series has been a pretty quick 3-0, and I hope Agnetic figures it out. I mean, they challenged Grove Hotel. It felt like 1 or 2 rounds on Search and Destroy and Control. Maybe they've all got it put together. Maybe they've got those couple of warm-up games and some new subs in, and they can wrap things out with a victory here against Go Out Local. Make sure every single team is guaranteed to have a victory. Of course, just a reminder, it is 6 local Idaho businesses challenge each other in Call of Duty today. There are the rules 4v4, a round-robin tournament, and of course, after this game wraps up, we will get you the final standings. Idaho Central Credit Union, Java Express, Grove Hotel, Ednetics, Peterson, and Go Out Local. The teams competing all for the Idaho Food Bank. If you want to help out, idahofoodbank.org/donate. Because we saw the standings after every team had played 2 games. Ednetics was the only one without a win, Esmar. I'm rooting for them. I want them to get a victory here. Make sure every team at least has 1 win when it's all settled.
You know, they really just need to string together a few good games. Like you mentioned before, they get 1, maybe 2, and then they struggle, and then they'll get another one, and they can't seem yet to put it all together in one game.
I mean, they're going to be familiar with the first map. Like we said, it is Crossroads Strikes. That one is locked in on hardpoint. I'm sure both teams at this point have memorized the spawns for the hardpoints in order, and we'll probably see it in their sleep tonight. So it should be both teams rotating over quickly, but in case someone doesn't, if one team has that advantage, getting to a hardpoint a little bit quicker, they can be so hard to start sieging certain hardpoints when you get your trophy system set up. So there's a lot of pressure on teams to make sure they get to those hardpoints, especially number 2 and number 3, when it's inside those buildings very quickly.
Yeah, and even after playing a few games, if communications isn't on point, those rotations can be even more difficult.
And we see our squad for Go Out Local: Itachi, Gentleman Eddie, St. Nick, and Summers True, taking on Fear the Ginger, Koch, Orange Alloy, and Keys is right now. Ednetics picks up the first 3 kills of the round, much like we saw them do against Grove Hotel. They're going to start on the hard point here to kick things off. Nice job by Keys. Didn't even know he was there.
Yeah, he's got that corner locked in, and he just didn't take a look at that door before he ran across. Something that you really should do considering where their spawn is right now.
See, Orange Alloy gets taken down. Unfortunately, hardpoint has flipped on the side of Go Out Local for Ednetics. See if they can take it back. Fear the Ginger's going to get one. Can he get a second one? Yes, and a full blue kills feed there. It's going to allow them to take control once again.
Yeah, that was a great control of that point. Fear the Ginger still proving that he's good in those single one-to-one combat fights. I'm interested to see how Itachi does this map, but we saw a little bit of him earlier. Seemed to be doing really well.
And he was definitely the carry for Go Out Local when they 3-0'd Peterson Chevrolet. Right now, though, it's the rest of his team, including Summers True, who's 5-3, are going to help flip that hard point. So he's going to gun down Keys, and it's like that. Go Out Local can set up now. There's Itachi with that AK-47. And a bunch of trophy systems set up, going to destroy all of those grenades they want to use. Unfortunately for Itachi, loses in that 2v1.
I think by this point, they should all kind of have their class setups. I mean, they've had that time, and they probably had some time in between these games. Kind of figure out, like, okay, maybe I can put a scope on this. We played this map a few times. What works best? I know I definitely gravitate towards these MP5s, SMGs, something close range for these small maps.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, like we said, every team has had an opportunity to play every single team. We just haven't had a chance to stream it all. I would just be like, all right, I would just take notes when I'm playing ICCU, and if I get killed like a guy by Spades or Waldo or anyone on that team, really, it's like, okay, what are their attachments they're using? I just write that down and copy them, because those guys clearly know what's up, but it's been a lot of what we would have expected. AK-74Us, MP5s, AK-47s. No FFARs that we might have expected. I know a lot of people saying that that's one of the stronger guns. We've seen a couple of people pull out the MAC-10 recently. Itachi's on that right now, actually. Got to run away from that grenade. Slides around, takes down Fear the Ginger, and Go Out Local starting to even things back up here on this hardpoint. Definitely the closest hardpoint map we've seen so far.
Yeah, looks like with that MAC, he has a pretty strong setup. Definitely ideal for these close-range maps. I wonder if Itachi will switch off of that AR just because it is more long range, although it is a pretty powerful weapon on Cold War.
Yeah, those MP5s, those SMGs, as you mentioned, close range Kings, going to be way easier for sieging these hard points with when they are all close battles. Ednetics maintaining a pretty decent lead, though I will say no one for Ednetics ready for that swap over. Go Out Local is going to get full control of this hard point. Clearly set up behind those barrels as well. Going to make it very hard. Catch does have a nice flank in, reloads. Doesn't get punished for it. Ednetics back in control.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you'd want to rotate that way. It kind of seems like he's out there on his own right now. No one really over by him. You got Zeki's over in that corner.
Yeah, this is a really good job by Ednetics, a clinic of making sure you cover all of the angles. Have to wonder if Itachi was not running Ninja there, because he just got gunned down immediately by Zeki's, who peeked him. Another great job. Summers True trying to peek him. No stim, so he's going to have to regen from 27 HP. And Ednetics starting to pull away here from this hard point. New one spawning soon. You can see Go Out Local. 4 members already setting up by that tank.
Yeah, Zeki's really holding down that corner there for that hard point, but now that it's swapped, I mean, you gotta... What are they gonna do next? There's way more corners on this one, but it's also way more open.
2 members of Ednetics on pretty sizable killing sprees. Catch at 17-7 on a 6-kill streak. Z-Keys 12-6 on a 7-kill streak. Catch will finally get taken down. Fear the Ginger's going to come in, take his place, gun down his teammate just for good measure, and then kill Itachi in the process. Didn't want Orange Alloy to take that kill from him, I guess.
Now, it's easy to forget that friendly fire is on this. If you're not used to playing any hardcore maps, it can be a new experience. Usually you don't think about your teammate running in front of you when you're aiming down sights, or maybe they're trying to rotate over and you accidentally shoot them. It's just something to think about in this map.
Yeah, and it's, you know, even if we play a lot of hardcore, you still have your HUD available in these game modes, which is something you don't have in hardcore. So it might be something with your brain like, oh, I can see my HUD. I don't have to worry about friendly fire. But yeah, the realism mode is, I think, what Call of Duty's calling it now, to, you know, in terms of friendly fire is being enabled. So it is something, yeah, we've seen it a lot of times where someone just walks in front of a teammate, or a teammate kind of sneaks up on you and you gun him down. Itachi, though, picks up a 3-piece in the hard point. What a little play by him. Unfortunately, the 4th member is going to take him down and Fear the Ginger.
Was that with the AR? I didn't quite get a look at it before he went down.
Yeah, Itachi's been swapping around quite a bit. I think it was the AK-74U. We'll have to see if we get another swap onto Itachi, as this hardpoint has been all in command of Go Out Local. If I'm Ednetics, if I die here, I just set up for the next hardpoint that's unlocking very soon. You can see it there. Looks like Catch realizes that he will shift over. Gentleman Eddie now gets a nice little multi-kill there, and Go Out Local definitely making Ednetics work for it. I'm glad we got a very close hardpoint map for them. So a lot of these have been kind of stomps. This is definitely two very, very even teams.
Yeah, and you make a good point about that hardpoint rotating over. That's where comms are really important. If you know that the opposite team has a hard lock on that one, but it's about to rotate, just group up, wait to see where that point rotates to, and that way you can gain control first.
It looks like Go Out Local once again in control. They have shrunk this gap by a sizable margin, as Itachi's going to gun down Orange Alloy. Keys gets 2 before Itachi takes down Fear the Ginger. So unfortunately for Ednetics, they just got to all go in here at one time, not just kind of run in one by one and just keep giving themselves up.
I think this is one of the hardest points to defend here, or actually push into. Just because it is a room, there are those corners of the room. You could just sit there, you can wait on the outside, you got the people rotating around, and it isn't joined to that upper room.
Everyone bailed on the hard point, trying to set up on the new one, so about 10 seconds went by with no one in control. Koch picks up 2, trying to fend off this hard point. A lot of open space, gets a 3rd one. He's on a 5-killing streak, 30-13 right now. Unfortunately, does finally get taken down. Playing at 250, so both teams with a very good shot at this. No one really in command. Nice pistol use there by Orange Alloy, and it looks like finally Ednetics starting to settle in here and control at this point. He's waiting for someone to push around a box. Doesn't find him, unfortunately.
You see that he's able to reset from the point that he was sitting in originally. That's really important in these maps. You don't want to just keep firing away in the same area, because then the other team will know you're there. Take a few shots, reset, reload, find a new place.
Yeah, especially in game modes like this. I mean, as you said, you're going to see the kill cam and you're going to be like, oh, hey, I know exactly where you killed him from. You'll tell your teammates. You'll probably be a little bit more talkative in this, playing with people you know, as opposed to playing with randoms in just normal lobbies. So yeah, you got to make sure you reset after you've given your position away. Don't want to keep camping forever. Ednetics 50 points away from the victory here. Can probably pick it up on this hard point that is being contested by Summers True before he finally gets taken out.
Yeah, again, you're seeing them kind of on the opposite side, Go Out Local, throwing themselves at this point and just totally unsuccessful here.
Yeah, you got to pick very tactical engagements if you're Go Out Local. Right now, you're just, as you said, you're throwing yourself at the point. You're trying to take these 1v1 flashy kills. You try and think up on Orange Alloy. He's got Couch just waiting there around the corner like we see right there. They are holding down all of the angles. Unfortunately, they're going to have to get one more point. At 1 point a second, they're not going to hit 250 in the next 8 seconds. So see if Go Out Local can set up at this next hard point like they're doing right now and maybe stage a pretty epic comeback.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It looks like that point just dropped and it's rotated back over to this room. Ednetics getting there first.
Hachi gets 2, does get taken out by Orange Alloy, and if anyone can't contest, which they cannot, Ednetic's going to pick up the first victory here. Definitely our closest one. They pulled away at the end, but for a majority of that map, it was only about a 20-point or less difference between these two teams.
I'm glad to see Ednetics kind of figuring out what they're doing, really relying on Koch and Orange Alloy and Fear the Ginger to kind of get these one-on-one engagements.
We'll head on to our final search and destroy map of the night. Going to be picked here by Go Out Local. We've seen everything. Any preferences here for our final search and destroy map?
I don't really have opinions about it. The last one's Control.
Yeah.
Maybe something different. Maybe Control on Miami. That could be interesting. It probably will be Garrison. I'm just gonna throw out a guess for Garrison.
Well, we have to wait because we're on search and destroy still. We're not on Control yet. So we've seen that one all over the place. I know we've seen Nuketown. I know we've seen the only time we've seen Cartel played was on search and destroy. I think in our first match. So yeah, I mean Cartel is probably the one we haven't seen the least of alongside Miami. Yeah, I don't want to see Garrison on. Maybe you pick Garrison here. That way you won't pick it for Control. That'd be kind of fun.
I mean, we'll have to see. I'm not really sure. I mean, we've definitely had some favorites here. Maybe Moscow. That would be an interesting one.
That's Garrison. As long as we're preventing ourselves from playing Garrison Control, I'm okay with this pick. We have not seen this map at all on Search and Destroy. We've seen it almost exclusively for Control, but I'll be curious to see where the bomb sites are. As I say, it looks like they're in somewhat similar positions to where the control points are. A little bit further back on A. But yeah, definitely going to be very tricky bomb sites for the planting team here.
They're kind of wide out in the open. That one on B just sitting right, like almost smack in the middle.
Ooh, Itachi came through the wall. Koch has got to be careful. Gentleman Eddie's going to take him down. He's got 2 kills already. Keys gets taken out, make it 3. Can Gentleman Eddie get the ace? No, he cannot. Bomb gets planted, though. It's not going to matter as Go Out Local is going to pick up round number 1.
You know, it might just be Ednetics just isn't as familiar with the search and destroy. It really isn't a common game mode to play.
Yeah, either you love search and destroy or you hate search and destroy. I will say, of course, in most search and destroys, you can have teammates get UAVs, and that helps you a ton, but not going to be allowed here today. Because, yeah, it definitely felt like they were all sort of out of place. I mean, of course, you know, it does make sense. Go Out Local picked this map, so maybe they like this map for search and destroy. Yeah, these bomb sites very wide out in the open. I would be very, very impressed if we ever saw a bomb plant victory.
It's like Go Out Local sticking to that one side of the map.
And they're all rushing towards A. Koch does get first blood, so at least Ednetics won't be shut out in this round. Summer's True and Keys going to trade 1 for 1. So with the 3-on-2 here, bomb has been dropped by the side of Go Out Local. Fear the Ginger tries to get flanked. Summer's True not going to find it. It's up to St. Nick Man to be able to clutch this in a 1v3. Oh, he's going to sneak up on her. Sneaky. Oh! That's always embarrassing. Final kill with the knife. Great job there. Sneaking up on him by... Can't see the name.
Zkeys, I believe.
Might have been Zkeys.
I mean, as we mentioned before, that little sneaky around the corner knife play, you don't see a lot of melee weapons used.
They are very difficult to pull off. I know a lot of people who are into primarily knifing, very happy in Cold War that Ninja brought back as a perk. I know a lot of them did not like Dead Silence being a field upgrade that you had to unlock, because we talked about hearing footsteps as that grenade just absolutely destroys Gentleman Eddie off the spawn. Hearing footsteps while you're trying to knife someone, not very beneficial, so I know a lot of them very happy that Ninja came back. Did make it a little bit easy for him. Tachi gets a 1-for-1 trade, so his team's still down 1 member. Zkeys potentially going for the plant. Gets picked off, though, by St. Nick Man. It's a 1v2.
hard with that bomb right out there, right on that bridge, where if you're across the way, you have clear line of sight to it.
Yeah, you definitely got to rely on your teammates to be able to cover for you and hold that bridge down, as we see Fear the Ginger getting best play. Gets a double kill here onto Itachi and Summers True. Fear the Ginger 4-1 on a nice 4 kill streak there. No, you know, UAVs he'll be able to profit off of, but still very nice to see him putting in work, as we talked about, one of the skill players for Adnetics. Ooh, nice grenade. Left Gentleman Eddie at 1 HP. That'll heal it all back.
So the thing is, choosing your tactical. Do you want that stim just in case, or maybe something else might be more useful on a map like this?
Yeah, I think stim is just a go-to ever since it's been put into Call of Duty. Just the ability for that instant heal is so nice. Summers True in a 1v2. He almost had been able to gun down Z-Keys earlier, just hesitated a bit too long, and he'll pay for that, being taken down by Z-Keys for the final kill.
You know, I'm really proud of Adnetics being able to come back and get these wins back to back. That's really big considering some of the games we watched from them earlier today.
Yeah, they kept some of the members. Fear the Ginger and Z-Keys have been here for the whole time. Like we said, subs are allowed just in case, you know, someone needed a break, something came up, so Koch and Orange Alloy have come in for them. They challenged Grove Hotel, still lost in the series we just watched previously, but right now a 1-0 lead here in this series over Go Out Local, a 3-1 lead in Search and Destroy. No grenade kills this time. Itachi sees Fear the Ginger. Can't quite gun him down, though. 2 members above Fear the Ginger. If Itachi got the call off, they'd know to look down there, but they do not. This is going to be a flank attempt here from Fear the Ginger. He's going to take out one. Can't quite find St. Nick Man. And Orange Alloy not able to help him out.
Not sure what Orange Ally was doing down there while his teammate was in that gunfight. That can always be a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, it can, you know, you're always like, teammate, you're going to have the backup there. I would even say it would have to be frustrating. I mean, Itachi saw him over there, even shot at him, and I don't know if his teammates, you know, thought he had left or maybe the call just went off, but I mean, someone should have looked down there, but unfortunately not the case. So Adnetics now a 4-1 lead here in Search and Destroy. See if they can put themselves on match point here. And planting the bomb on Garrison, I can see why teams haven't been picking this. This seems like a very, very hard bomb plant map.
Yeah, both of these bombs not in a great position. Might as well on this just play it as a TDM, go for those kills.
Ooh, flank here from Fear the Ginger. He's got 2 people who have no idea he's there in St. Nick Man and Gentleman Eddie. There's the flank, no idea he's there. Can he get Itachi? No! Might have wanted to try and go for an assassinate, something a little bit quieter. Not give his position away. Koch, though, will pick up 2. So now it is a 1v3, and it's not going to be enough. Adnetics put themselves on match point.
No, that's great from Adnetics. Really figuring out that communication, and not sure what was going on with the opposite team picking this map. Go Out Local picking Garrison doesn't really seem to have favored them.
No, they have. Well, I mean, to be fair, we haven't seen a single losing team win a mode. It has been all 3-0s across the board. So no matter what map the losing teams have picked, they have not had much success. But yeah, I mean, that they just seem sort of like confused. I mean, all 3 members were standing next to each other. If St. Nickman hadn't gotten around the corner, Koch would have been able to pick up a nice triple kill. So we'll see if they can rally the forces. Like we said, Go Out Local. Our biggest rally of the night. They were down 5-2 against Peterson Chevrolet in Search and Destroy and ended up coming back and winning. So they're going to need basically that and then some here. Bomb has been planted at B. It's a 3v3. St. Nick Man trying for the flank. 2 men underneath. Not even going to look. He's going to melee twice trying to go for that defuse. Now he'll finally start it, but probably should have checked his corners unless no one else does. Oh,
just right. You gotta check the underneath. That's a really sneaky place for someone to just hang out and watch that bomb.
Yeah, you could see that, you know, he kind of predicted the bomb defuse. as Orange Alloy gets the plant down, camped right around that corner as you mentioned it. I mean, he did lose a little bit of time trying to double melee. Don't know if he would have been able to get it off in time as well. Sometimes, of course, you know, depending on your key bindings, you're like, I want to defuse, and the game's like, well, I heard you want to melee. So that is always a little bit frustrating, but we'll head on to Control for the final map here. It can't be Garrison, right?
It can't. I mean, they just played it. I don't think so. I want to see something different. Let's see.
Nuke town.
That would be fun, but I'm not sure. I think they've been a little bit more on top of these CDL rules here these last few matches. We might see something like Moscow.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we've seen that map on Control yet.
I don't think we have. I know we've seen it a couple times for Search and Destroy, but we're going to go to Checkmate, which we have seen already. And I believe we saw it with Go Out Local. We saw them and Peterson Chevrolet pick it, and Go Out Local won. So I guess that's maybe why their logic for picking this map. See if they can win here. They'd have to win and then go and win 2 more. So work is definitely cut out for them. I personally, rooting for Ednetics, we have not seen them win so far today. Would love to see them pick up at least 1 victory here.
Yeah, this is a really tricky point right underneath the plane here. It's right in the middle of the map. Pretty open. Not a lot of places to hide.
Here the Ginger does finally get first blood, and Ednetics picks up 3 right away. Full respawn for Go Out Local. They're going to come from the left side here. Here the Ginger actually has a great position here to get a huge flank up. No!
Oh.
Well, he might still have a chance to pick off Itachi. Gets Summers True. Can't find Itachi who gets taken down. Teammate shoots at him just for good measure, and looks like 1 tick picked up here for Ednetics to start off on point B.
Yeah, they seem to be doing all right here. Really surprised that Go Out Local hasn't pulled out more. They did really well on this map earlier, and it's hard to see. They're not really getting that same level.
Yeah, they definitely seem like they have sort of lost a step or 2. They're all on B. They'll lose a pair here. Itachi going to run away, go for the flank. Summer Truce going down as well. That's going to open up B completely for Ednetics to be able to capture safely here. So it looks like it is going to be a rotation from Go Out Local. They are also down 5 respawns, by the way, so nothing really in their favor. Point, respawn, time starting to tick down, but they do pick up a couple here. Summer's True going for the flank, and that's going to get him right back in it with 4 straight kills for Go Out Local.
Yeah, that was an excellent execution of the flank there, coming up right behind him. Seems like we've had that a few times where one member of the team will kind of be able to rotate around, but not quite be able to pick off any big kills.
Go Out Local has evened the respawns pretty well. It's actually now they have fully evened them out. B has, we've seen this A site before on Checkmate give teams a very, very tough time. We've got Itachi camping up on this plane wing. Gets stunned out. 2 members of Ednetics hiding behind boxes. Itachi going to rush him. Fortunately, he peeked the wrong way. Still gets 1, but gets taken down by Orange Alloy.
Glad he could at least pull 1 out there. That's pretty tricky with that crossfire.
Teams pretty evenly trading back and forth right now. Go Out Local down 2 respawns. Those trophy systems knocking out all of those grenades. 2nd tick picked up here for Ednetics, so they're sitting pretty for either side. Nice grenade, though, and 5 respawns aside. This could come down to the very end.
Wow, they're just all around that point. There was no way for him to move in there so soon. This might be a situation where someone on the other side just flank around, get up on that plane, and then you have that angle on A.
So also another situation where if you are Ednetics and you can at some point get a respawn advantage, you have the time on your side. They cannot capture A, it does not matter. So neither team without any respawns. Does look like Ednetics has already lost one, so it is a 3v4.
Oh.
And now it's a 3v1.
Looked exactly in the wrong place.
I think this is one of those where, you know, if you were Ednetics, you just try and get 1 or 2 kills and get the advantage. Koch does take down Itachi, gets a huge flank. Oh! Almost had it, but Go Out Local's going to pick up game number 1 here on Control.
So that 2v1 situation just nearly impossible to get out of, and it was a great effort, but I think they needed to execute that flank a little earlier. Maybe come up behind them, maybe station at the plane, just like we saw just now.
Yeah, I think it was one of those, again, like we talked about with resource management, where once you capture one point, there's nothing the other team can do to capture the other point. They can just stop you from capturing it. So if you get a respawn lead, I mean, yes, it's boring. Yes, it's probably not fun. You just camp at the back of your spawn and force the other team to come to you. And, you know, you don't need to capture point A. You can still win on respawns or time limit.
That's something to think about, whether you want to play really aggressively or really passively. Once you capture one of those points, there's really nothing stopping you from just hanging out in the back of your spawn, maybe picking a few sneaky corners, and just waiting for that other team to come to you.
Now, I'm surprised that Ednetics isn't harder rushing onto A, because we've seen teams really struggle on this map to be able to capture A, but both teams are still fighting over B. Go Out Local with the advantage right now. They picked up 2. They've also got that 1 tick on the points that's going to stop Ednetics from being able to capture it at all. So now it's a nice rotation over by St. Nickman over to A right now, trying to capture this point and give his team some breathing room.
Take a look at the map there. They're just all spread out, kind of trying to converge on that A point.
And no one's challenging St. Nickman on. Now finally he does get taken out, but he was able to get a tick, and once you get a tick, it is locked in. So for Ednetics right now, the only thing you can do is win on respawn. You cannot win in terms of capturing the points. St. Nickman just going to go right back at it, try and capture this point once again, and he's done a nice little job being that sort of, not really a flanker, but just distracting the side of Ednetics.
Yeah, he had his sight there on the top of the plane. I mean, I would definitely be more concerned with the bottom there. Considering that's where the other point is, I feel like more people would converge underneath the plane rather than on top.
See, respawn starting to slowly favor the side of Ednetics, 14-11. Like I said, they cannot win off of capturing either zone. They can only win off of respawns or if the time limit expires and they have more respawns. So they've got to be careful about that. Of course, they can't just sit in their spawn, because then they would just give up both points over to the side of Ednetics, or over to Go Out Local, excuse me. Koch on that 5-kill streak. 12-6 right now, and I think time not on the side of Go Out Local. They might lose on a time difference here.
Yeah, that's got to feel bad. They're all pushing on that A point right now. Just trying to get something going.
As long as they hold a point, the time won't tick down. Unfortunately, their respawns will. You see it's 8-1 right now in favor of respawns. Time also nearing a close here, and Ednetics going to win as the time limit has been reached. So they'll tie things up here at 1 aside. We'll see who's able to pull things out in game number 3 of Control. I will say, I wish the control points changed locations. Probably my only complaint about this game mode is that it's always the same control points, which does not lead, when you have multiple games, to a very compelling series, because you know exactly where everyone's going to go.
I feel like, wouldn't that just make Control essentially hardpoint?
Sorta. I mean, I just think they should change every round, would be my... Like, maybe you can say, like, hey, you get to play when we'll switch sides, and you get to play the same thing. But now, we've both played, both teams, each has played from a different side on B and A. Now I would say, hey, let's move B and A. Let's have a little bit of fun with it. This is where, these are the rounds where I'm like, hey, we've already seen this before. We've already seen this movie before. We don't need to see it again.
Taken out pretty early there. It's like the majority of the people are on that A point.
A, very annoying to capture. It's just so far out in the open. You can gun it down from the playing wing, as you mentioned. So it's, you know, I think getting A first is definitely going to be huge. Itachi picks up a multi-kill, excuse me. So he's putting as much work as he can for his team, and looks like right now Go Out Local in control of both A and B. They've got 2 members hanging on A.
Trying to just put some shots, it looks like, through that box, but I mean, I think it's a double stack there, so there's no way you'd be able to shoot through it.
Yeah, I don't even think you can Get a bullet penetration with FMJ on. Respawn's pretty even. Does look like Ednetics finally get some progress on A. They'll get 1 tick, maybe even 2. As all of Go Out Local respawning, they're all running over, contesting at the very last second. Fear the Ginger trying to pick people off from the plane, and it looks like, unfortunately for Go Out Local, Ednetics going to get a second tick onto that A point. They're going to rotate over to B now. And they're setting themselves all nicely for a potentially zone victory here.
I'm not sure if they have a trophy system set up right now, but that'd be a great time to plan it. Just make sure you don't get grenaded out of that zone.
Okay, picked up there by Ednetics, so they don't have to worry about that anymore. We'll see. This is one of those situations, though, like I talked about. You can get respawn advantage, and if you can convince your whole team, you can all camp in the back of your spawn. Or right now, like you see, there's nobody even on B, so they'll just try and capture it. St. Nickman going to charge over. Fortunately, it gets turned on there by Keys.
That was a pretty quick turn by Z-Keys there. He was ready, just quick feet moving around.
Yeah, he was definitely prepared, running around all over that B point. Grenade does take Itachi down to 15 HP. He's still able to pick up 1 and full heal. Itachi trying to do what he can to keep his team in this. Respawn's tied at 9 aside right now.
Yeah, that was a pretty clutch play from Itachi, getting Z-Keys out from underneath that plane where he had been pretty dominant for a while.
Yeah, survived the grenade, got another one. Picks up a kill there onto Koch when he probably was outgunned, and he's on a 5 killing streak and has his team with the respawn lead here at 7-5.
He's definitely doing a really great job of reload management as well. I know that's something that, you know, in the heat of the moment, sometimes you just forget, like, oh, I need to reload right now. I need to reload.
He was on a 6 kill streak before he died. Summer's True stunned on B, gonna have to retreat. Respawn's 4-3 in favor of Go Out Local, and there is only 20 seconds left on the point, so Ednetics has got to be careful here. They've tied it up now. Excuse me, and we see Go Out Local just barely in the lead, though they do lose 2. And now progress being made at B. Flank here from Gentleman Eddie. No respawns left for Ednetics, none left for Go Out Local as well. And it's a 4v4 in the final 20 seconds. Make that a 3v4 as Z-Keys gets taken out. There goes Itachi though. Carry is down for Go Out Local. St. Nickman will fall. Gentleman Eddie, the last one alive. Gotta clutch this in a 1v3. Oh, can't quite find it. Ednetics going to go on to match point, but these have been a very, very close series between these two teams. Very evenly matched.
Something that makes it a little bit more interesting to watch. There's not really a dominant team here. It just seems to be a little bit of back and forth. Ednetics pulling it out. Maybe this is a game mode that they're more comfortable with, or a map that they like to play on. Hard to say there, but I'm glad they've been able to string together some more wins.
You have to see if Go Out Local can force us to our first control Game 5 of the night. We haven't seen any of those. We actually haven't even seen a Game 4 in the overall series as well, which Go Out Local would have to definitely fight for, but could potentially pull off if they can win the next 2 maps here on control. So we'll run it back, B and A in the same spot. It looks like for now, Ednetics has the same plan. Orange Alloy over on A. It looks like Itachi on B is going to pick up first blood.
Itachi is just absolutely incredible without those irons, with those iron sights. He's not even using a scope on that AK, and it's just mowing people down.
It looks like first tick has been hit for Go Out Local, so now we are going to see them put in control of the map. A trying to be picked up there by Koch, but it looks like everyone from Ednetics going to rotate over towards that B side. Up in respawns right now by 3. Itachi trying for the flank. Gets some help there from Gentleman Eddie with the headshot onto Koch, and he'll rotate over now to A. Tries to pre-fire around the corner. Orange Alloy is going to take out Gentleman Eddie. Itachi sees him behind the barrel. The jump shot not going to be enough, and Itachi doing everything he can to get this team to a game number 5 in control.
Kind of seemed like a sacrifice the teammate play there.
Yeah, it was.
With Gentleman Eddie. Didn't really work out in their favor, but it was a good thought.
Hey, you do what you got to do sometimes to try and keep your team in it. We see Itachi 33 and 23 right up there with Koch, who's 35 and 23. as the top players in this map. Only 19 seconds left, by the way. No point for Ednetics to slow down the timer. They are up in respawns by a hefty margin here, 19-9. Make that 18-9, but still, there's no point for Ednetics to try and slow down this clock. Clock only stops when Go Out Local is on the B side, as you see right there. Stop for a brief moment, and Ednetics going to pull one out here. Finish off the 3-1 win in control and a 3-0 victory overall. So we will have guaranteed that every single team has a victory, and we've seen every team but Java Express win on the stream here today.
Glad for Ednetics being able to pull it out and finally put a W.
Yeah, Java had one on Thursday. They were 1-1. Unfortunately, we just saw them in one game mode here today, and they were a 3-0 loser to ICCU. But we were able to see Go Out Local, Peterson, ICCU, Grove Hotel, and Ednetics all pick up victories here today. Of course, this was all part of the Giving Games. Thanks in part with the Idaho Food Bank. If you want to join in on that, idahofoodbank.org/donate. As ICCU presenting this with the 6 local organizations, getting together, having some fun, playing some Call of Duty, and all for a good cause. So hopefully we can get a final look at the standings here, see how everything worked out. Here were the games that we played today. Of course, we highlighted just 5 of them. Start out with Go Out Local 3-0ing Peterson then 3-0ing Ednetics, ICCU 3-0ing Java, Grove Hotel 3-0ing Ednetics, and then finally Ednetics found a victory with a 3-0 win over Go Out Local in the best of 5. Here are our final schedules. Of course, ICCU ending at 4-0, Grove Hotel 3-1, their only loss coming to ICCU, Go Out Local 2-2, and then Java, Ednetics, and Peterson Chevrolet each finishing with just a single win, and we got to see those wins for Peterson and Ednetics here today. And then, of course, like we said, Java winning their one game on Thursday. So every team ending with a victory, always a great way to finish things out here, S-Mart. A ton of great Call of Duty. I mean, about the only thing that was kind of crazy is every team had a victory, but every game we saw was sort of a stomp.
Yeah, it was definitely pretty good. Watching ICCU, we definitely knew they were going to be dominant. Glad for Grove Hotel out there, as well as Ednetics finally getting that win. Unfortunately, today we didn't see Java Express take a W.
Yeah, they were able to pick one up on Thursday, so that's always nice to see, as we do have our ICCU player of the game. Definitely a ton of deserving candidates, and we are going to see, I mean, it could be Grimweepa, could be Spades, could be Itachi, but it's going to be Giving Games, because why not? That's what this all is for a good cause. So that's why Giving Games is the player of the game. Nothing?
Great to have some Call of Duty for charity. That's it was a lot of fun watching these companies kind of work these teams, play some different game modes. I mean, we all knew ICCU was pretty comfortable here.
Yep.
But seeing some other businesses, something that I didn't know was going on in the Valley here, especially so many businesses with esports teams, Call of Duty in particular, since it's not a very common esport.
Yeah, it really is nice to see that these all 6 of these organizations have some sort of semblance of a Call of Duty team. Would still love to see who, if anyone in this valley, could challenge ICCU. I'm told that in the chat today they might have found a scrim potentially. Somebody thought they could take them down. I know there are some rumblings about potentially a Boise State Call of Duty team that maybe can give them a run for their money. But yeah, ICCU, absolutely incredible. But yeah, Grove Hotel, as you mentioned, also very strong. But it is nice to see that even growing up as an adult, you have time to find some people who you work with that play video games, and you can all do it for a good cause as well.
Yeah, might not want to join that company softball team, but glad to see that they got some Call of Duty going on. That's definitely good to know.
Yeah, big shout out to the Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game, which of course was Giving Games, helping raise the money for the Idaho Food Bank here. Big shout out to Idaho Central Credit Union for putting this event on. It's been a ton of fun working with them, not only for this, also doing the ICCU versus Boise State Challenge that we did about a month ago. It's been a ton of fun seeing just how into gaming Idaho Central Credit Union is. We saw a ton of really good players. Like I said, I'd love to see the all-star team from the other teams, find our 4 best players, and throw them against ICCU and see if they even stand a chance.
That's definitely something that I would want to see as well. Someone just to challenge ICCU. It seemed like they had no trouble, but it was a great showing.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen that Grove Hotel game. I might have to go back and watch it if you want to do that. And check out how Grove Hotel did the 3-1 team against ICC. You can always sub to the Boise State Twitch channel and be able to check out all of our past videos. Well, that's going to wrap up everything here for us today. Big shout out to Esmar joining us on the desk. Did not want to get crushed by ICCU this time. I do not blame you at all. Big shout out to production, all the winter themes, all of the Call of Duty. It was a ton of fun. We're going to not going to take a break. We're going to leave you with our top 5 plays. And until next time, have a great evening.